rules, please. Ready? Good. I'm not seeing me.
Oh, well, no, you won't see you. You'll see the other screen. So give me one sec.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So I'm okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leela Ramdeen. I'm the chair of the Catholic Commission for Social Justice, and I welcome you to our virtual symposium, Marijuana and Cannabinoids, Health Research and Regulatory Considerations. Now, there are about 130 persons participating in this virtual symposium. We have a packed agenda with 11 speakers. You would have received our agenda and the bios of each speaker. And in the interest of time, I will not read the entire bio for each presenter. I'll just read a few lines. There are a few house rules that we need to go through. You would have received the house rules also. Just to remind you, to avoid any background noise, we will be muting all microphones until it's your time to speak. Tell you that, and mine is ringing. Yes, and we have a raise hand feature. So if you want to raise your hand, just use that feature, or you can type a question in the chat. Also, because remember, this is a Catholic event, so we have to use appropriate language and respect the opinions of others and allow one person to make a contribution at a time. Okay, so without further ado, I want to introduce our first presenter, Archbishop Charles Jason Gordon, who, as some of you would know, was appointed the 13th Archbishop of Port of Spain in October 2017. He's also the Catholic Bishop of Bridgetown, Barbados, and he's the Vice President of the Antilles Episcopal Conference, which is a regional body of Catholic bishops for the English, Dutch, and French-speaking Caribbean territories. He's recently published 2 books in November 2019, Meditations in the Upper Room and Teach Us to Pray. Really good reading for all of us. So I want to invite His Grace now to present on the Catholic Church's position on marijuana and cannabinoids. Your Grace.
Thank you very much, Leela, and thank you for this opportunity where we can do this. I'm going to bring my presentation up. Just give me one moment. Okay. So the question that arose last year was about decriminalizing marijuana. And in the heated debate that went on, it was interesting to see how the response shifted between decriminalizing and legalizing as if it was the same thing. And many people just didn't understand the difference between the two. And that allowed a conversation to be slipping around the media that moved from decriminalizing to legalizing and promoting things that were very different from my perspective. So our response was that marijuana is a harmful drug, and professionals in treatment centers attest to the fact that marijuana is a gateway drug. And if you understand that, then you understand that we have a challenge. So why would the government get involved in laws around marijuana? They don't do so for cornflakes. They don't do so for potato chips. They don't do so for other things that people are using on a regular basis. It is because there is a perception that there is some social harm that the use of marijuana has, and that social harm creates a problem for individuals and for society as a whole. And therefore, the question is, what is the social harm and what is the appropriate response to that social harm? And I think that's where the debate has to center today. Now, although I believe that marijuana has deep psychological effects and is very destructive for individuals and society, I don't believe that making a person a criminal for smoking marijuana is a solution, because that brings more harm to society, and I'll go on to that in a little while. But there is a problem. So New Life Ministries did a research on their intake, and they said when they looked at the first use of cannabis and cocaine, the majority started cannabis between 11 and 15 years old. 51%, followed by 16 to 20-year-olds at 38%, and overall 94% started using cannabis under 21 years old. Cocaine was prevalent among the 16 to 21 year age group, 41%. But the highest concentration of cocaine was between 16 and 30. There is enough evidence to see a movement between marijuana and cocaine. If you look at this graph, you'll see that the first use, 5 to 10 years old, and 11 to 15 is the time when far more of those admitted for cocaine in the rehab center have used or begun to use marijuana. And then 16 to 20, and then you see it goes down. If you look at this one, you see the age that started cannabis and cocaine, and they have them tracked together. And you see that in the beginning, marijuana is the dominant, and then cocaine takes it over. And that's why, because there's a progression between the marijuana and the cocaine. So if you look at the substance, some of these did not come out good. Nicotine is the first one in black that's hard to see, then alcohol, and then cannabis, and then cocaine. You'll see that the numbers move in an interesting way, that the nicotine begins as the number one, but as you go down, it drops. But alcohol, again, begins high. As you go down, it drops. But marijuana, the third bar, which is in the black, you have to look hard to see, it goes up to 215 as a third substance. And cocaine, you'll see, likewise starts low but goes up high. So there is enough evidence to propose that there is a movement between nicotine, alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine as the 4 steps in the addiction process. And this is from people who are cocaine addicts. And from their files, they looked at 500 files between 2012 and 2019. So nicotine was the first substance, followed by alcohol, followed by then cocaine, cannabis, and then cocaine. And that progression, this is why a government will get involved in regulating the use of this, because it is a harmful drug. It is a gateway drug. It starts very early in life for many of those who ended up as addicts. And it is debilitating both for the individual, for the family, and ultimately for the society. And this is why regulation is required. The challenge with the former law was that it criminalized people for possession. And the person is a user and maybe an addict, but is she really a criminal? The poor black male is the most vulnerable, and without an adequate support system, is likely to become imprisoned, enter into as a substance abuser, is at risk of graduating as a master criminal. And how does that benefit to anyone, to the user or to the society, is a question that I have raised, because I've worked with lots of young guys who were charged for marijuana and understood that the criminal or criminalizing them was not helpful, because they came out and they graduated in prison from an addict to a master criminal. So the people I have worked with and the responses I have seen, there's a progression. And we talked about that already. And the court can mandate community service, psychotherapy, to deal with the unresolved issues of the person. And I would say that it is more of a health challenge than a criminal challenge until it reaches a stage of addiction where the person is actually doing criminal activity to support their habit, which is also the last or one of the end stages in the use of marijuana. And sometimes an early stage, because a child does not have the money to support a marijuana habit, and therefore has to find that money somewhere, and usually it's stealing from home that starts off with the marijuana habit, and so you have some things happening together. So legalize or decriminalize. The Honorable Prime Minister talked about decriminalizing, so did the president of the Downtown Owners and Merchants Association. It was interesting to me that the news report that I heard first on it claimed that they said that it should be legalized. And this is part of the confusion that we have. So what's the distinction between legalizing and decriminalizing? Because this is important. Colorado, Washington, California have all legalized marijuana, making it easily available as cigarettes and in all types of marijuana-infused foods. And that means you can walk into a shop, you can buy it, and there's no penalty around that transaction. Legalizing refers to taking away the criminal penalty if an individual is held with small amounts of marijuana. Possession of large amounts is deemed to be trafficking and purposes and remains a criminal offense. On the other hand, decriminalizing refers to removing the legal penalties, a prison or fine, for simple possession and providing alternatives. In several countries, drug courts have been established so persons can be mandated into treatment and do not have to be stigmatized by the criminal justice system. Such courts collaborate with all arms of the legal and social system, including the judiciary, probation, law enforcement, mental health, social services, and treatment communities. In Trinidad and Tobago, they have drug courts. In Trinidad, when the law was passed last year, what we went for was partial legalization, from my perspective. And the lawyers can debate on this all they like. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of that going on in our discourse today. But very simply, if it is legal for an adult to have 4 marijuana plants, then having marijuana is legal. And this is not decriminalizing. This is legalizing marijuana. Now, 4 adult marijuana plants can produce enough marijuana to supply quite a few people smoking a fair amount of marijuana on a regular basis. This country, from my perspective, has legalized. All that the adults need to do is ensure that they never harvest more than 30 grams at a time. And once they haven't harvested more than 30 grams at a time, which they could do every day, I suppose, then they never have more than 30 grams in their possession, then it is legal. So I am proposing that rather than going for decriminalizing marijuana, we went for partial legalizing and made, I think, a confusion between what was proposed by the Prime Minister and what was actually done by the Attorney General and the Parliament. So our position has to be evidence-based. In the US, the data measuring the impact of legalizing marijuana is really insufficient at this time. Early indicators are that social challenges have increased in the states wherever marijuana has been legalized, like in Colorado, California. They're seeing some trends now, but so early it's hard to make sweeping statements from the evidence that is being seen. So in my pastoral work, I found when teens begin to smoke marijuana, a visible change in personality occurs, and school performance and motivation to excel decreases dramatically. Those with high IQ, they tend to pull through, but not in keeping with their full potential. Marijuana use progressively becomes an obsession and erodes a young person's identity. They're willing to take big risks to continue with the frequent use, and that's where they start slipping into criminal activity, because to support the habit, they need to have the money to do so. Judith Grizzle, as a teen, was an avid user of marijuana. Now a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Berkeley University. She has a very different perspective. She sounds a warning about the use of marijuana by teens. And she says, first, marijuana peaks all experiences, even mundane ones, making them extraordinary. For teens at the critical stage of brain development, this is a serious challenge. They lose the distinction between the ordinary and the extraordinary. She says, it is not surprising then that heavy smoking teens show evidence of reduced activity in brain circuits, critical for flagging newsworthy experiences, and are 60% less likely to graduate from high school, and are at substantially increased risk for heroin addiction and alcoholism. They show alterations in cortical structure associated with impulsivity and negative moods. They're 7 times more likely to attempt suicide. And this is from an article, Potholes in the Washington Post in 2018. She continues with the second level of challenge, the offspring of partying adolescents, specifically those who use THC, may be an increased risk for mental illness and addiction. So this is the children of the users as a result of challenges to the epigenome. Even if those children are years away from being conceived, so long after the use, the children of the users are affected. Marijuana can affect the capacity of our children in significant and disastrous ways. Clearly, the drug has serious social consequences for individuals, the family, and ultimately the society. Now, I have had the challenge of carrying several young people into mental institutions because of marijuana psychosis. And it's not a pretty sight because many users end up with psychosis and no one knows how. So I know when I was responsible for Marion House, that 4 of our young men smoking together. And from what they all said to me, they always smoke together. And by the time we found them only because one of those young men had a marijuana psychosis. Though they were always smoking the same marijuana in the same amounts, one had a marijuana psychosis and we had to put him into St. Anne's, and it's really an ugly sight. And it took 3 months for him to reconnect his brain and be able to come back to some form of normalcy. Now, the second time you have a psychosis, the effects are much more disastrous. And by the 3rd time, people will know that there's something that is wrong with you. And you can't hold a job or the job that you would have been able to hold before. And therefore, the prospect of a marijuana psychosis and every episode of it is really a challenge. And it is a health cost to Trinidad and Tobago, is a societal cost, is a cost to the family, is a cost to the individual, and ultimately it impacts upon all of us. Medical marijuana is a different field, and this one is the one that has been used as a Trojan horse to legalize recreational marijuana. CNN has spent a lot of money on this, so you know this is a campaign. You know there are some big people who have some big money who have been put behind this business. Now, what I would say about this is I know young kids who have been smoking marijuana as a self-medication for the ADHD and for other things. And I understand that. And I even understand that there are very legitimate ways of using marijuana as a medication. But while I say that, and I understand that, that doesn't lead us to legalizing marijuana. We use different opioids as medication. So for instance, when people have cancer, they use an opioid that is extracted in a legal clinic because it's licensed, it's grown by farmers through a license, and it never comes into the market to be used casually. And so we have the frameworks for harvesting opioids and bringing them and moving them into medication so that they can be used for medical treatment under license. And for me, what I have been seeing is that the campaign, which was launched by CNN and in the Caribbean, to legalize marijuana, use this thing of medical marijuana as the Trojan horse. And I'm saying that two different things. Let's harvest medical marijuana for the use that people are believing it can work for. Let's do the research and let's be evidence-based on that. Recreational marijuana, I am proposing, is very, very, very different. So these are very separate issues and should be treated as such. I am proposing we should have decriminalized marijuana, expand drug courts, support addiction counseling and rehab centers for those caught with possession and who are in need of treatment of marijuana because of addiction. They should not have a criminal record, and they should receive social support, and they should be integrated into society to become someone who deals with their life and moves forward, so that the stain or the stigma of use should not translate into prison and into graduation. Medical marijuana should be harvested and should be used for treatment of the different things that is being claimed it is good for. But that does not give us a reason to legalize marijuana, to allow adults to have 4 plants in their home, to allow people to walk around with 30 grams and go into Woodford Square and smoke it as a protest, to bring it onto a television station and open it in front of people and demonstrate what 30 grams of marijuana looks like. And I was shocked when I saw what it looks like, because it's a lot of marijuana. So marijuana is a highly addictive and has many social consequences for users, abusers, and society. It should not be a criminal offense, but it should have social consequences, and people caught with marijuana should receive help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Grace. Your Grace, can you just say a prayer for the rest of the proceedings to support us? Thanks.
Father, we thank you that we can spend time together to listen, to share, to engage in this very important topic for our society. And we pray, oh God, that as we listen and we share, that we may have open minds and hearts, that we may learn. And in all that we learn, we may find the right way forward for our society. Make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Your Grace. Can I just introduce now Mr. John Heath, attorney at law, who has been in practice for over 14 years. And he was called to the criminal bar in 2006, but as well as his passion for criminal law, he has diversified, and he also practices in civil, public, constitutional, and family arenas. He appears before all various tiers of court in Trinidad and Tobago as an advocate attorney. In 2014, he and 2 of his colleagues opened the founders of Alum Chambers. Some of you will remember, well, all of you should remember Desmond Alum, our icon, senior counsel, who passed away a few years ago. And at Alum Chambers, there are presently about 17 attorneys. Mr. Heath has served as an independent senator on several occasions, and his theme today is the road to decriminalization of the dangerous drug marijuana in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Heath, over to you.
Pleasant good morning, all protocols observed. First, let me say thank you to the Catholic Commission for Social Justice for giving me the opportunity to be part of this discussion. For my presentation, I would like to simply focus on the recent amendments to the Dangerous Drugs Act, which has allowed for, in certain circumstances, possession of marijuana to be decriminalized in certain circumstances. I would also touch on very briefly the proposed cannabis control bill, which I know is presently being debated in the Parliament and had gone to a joint select committee. and that will come on in time. So presently, what exists while we are now working through the amendments, there is some incongruity in the amendment and the Principal Act, which I would touch on briefly. And there are some, with respect to the amendments and the provisions, sorry, there is some areas which I want to consider are still gray. But let me start by saying from the 23rd of December 2019, once the proclamations for the amendment came in, persons who had 30 grams or less of marijuana and found themselves before the court as having a pending matter were faced with the position where they were charged for an offense which subsequent to the 23rd simply no longer existed. What that prompted the Attorney General to do is to file a matter before the court on the same day for all those persons who were incarcerated because they were charged with possession of 30 grams or less, but they could not access their bail, so that their bail could be varied and they can come out. Now that was important because the amendments cater for persons who are charged for the possession of marijuana with 30 grams or less to make a certain application before the court to have those matters discharged. And I will come to that a little later on when I deal with what are the consequences for such persons who have been convicted prior to the amendments, because they are validly convicted, and because the Act does not have a retroactive clause, for all intents and purposes, they would still be persons who, if they had been given a fine, at the very least, would have a conviction recorded against their name. Of course, unfortunately, as exists in our jurisdiction, once you have the stain of a conviction, the only way you can really get it off is by getting a presidential pardon. Of course, if you have a conviction, there are certain prejudices that you will face in this society, unfortunate as it may be. But with respect to getting a job, with respect to travel abroad, whether for work or for school, there are certain prejudices that you will face. And I have in my practice on several occasions had to deal with persons who have convictions from many, many years ago for simple possession of a joint, 2 joints, and they paid a $200 fine, a $500 fine many years ago. And when, certainly after 9/11, it became important for persons to now have certificate of good character in places like the airport, and all of a sudden persons who were working for years and years were required to produce these documents, and realized that they could not get a certificate because this fine many years ago for a small quantity of marijuana, and it placed their jobs in jeopardy. Right. So the Act, the certain amendments did contemplate how that has to be dealt with, but it still involves a process which, in my experience, is not an easy one to navigate through. So let me just touch briefly on what you can have now with respect to possession and not offend the criminal laws. 30 grams or less of marijuana, or 5 grams of cannabis resin, you are not committing any offense. Now, I know His Grace would have touched on what 30 grams look like when he saw it. What I want to suggest to persons is that you do not want to find out what 30 grams look like when the police weighs it on a scale at a police station and you find out that you have more. All right, so you have to have an idea of what 30 grams look like if you even contemplate having that amount of marijuana in your possession. All right, because it is the difference between not committing a criminal offense and possibly committing an offense for which you can be held criminally liable. Because if you have more than 30 grams in the first instance and less than 60 grams, you are liable on summary conviction to a fine of $50,000. That's if you take it to trial, meaning that you're contesting it. Or the magistrate may give you community service for 30 hours. Now, community service is a sentence which allows for no conviction to be recorded against you once you serve the entirety of what is required under the Community Service Act. So if it's 30 hours and you serve the 30 hours, you simply go back to the court for nullification of the record and you have no record against you. But this is where it's a little tricky, because if you contest it, you risk the possibility of being found guilty and you risk the possibility of a fine of up to $50,000. It may not be so, that's what they can go up to, but so it may not be that. And you are at the discretion of the magistrate, if you can't pay the fine, to give you community service. Now, if you simply pay a ticket of $2,000, you don't invoke the jurisdiction of the court, and you also don't have a criminal record. It's much like a ticket analogous to a traffic ticket before the demerit system. So for a traffic ticket, you get no conviction is recorded against you. So in the same way, you will be given a ticket, and if you pay the ticket, which is $2,000, subject to change by the minister, and that's it. If you go to court, first to start with, if you get a lawyer to do it for $2,000 for you, you're lucky. But you risk the possibility of finding of guilt, and thereafter it becomes a little tricky because the legislature contemplates possibility of a fine, and if you can't pay the fine, the magistrate may impose community service. What the legislation is silent on is, if you're given community service and you don't serve the community service, whether the default of a fine kicks back in which case you could find yourself ending up with a conviction by default. Now, if you have more than 60 grams, but less than 100 grams, and you contest it on summary conviction, you may be liable to $75,000, or the magistrate may impose community service for 50 hours of community service. So it is important that you understand, with respect to the quantity of marijuana at the different quantity levels, what you are exposing yourself to, because the consequences certainly will differ. Now, for persons who have already been charged with quantities less than 100 grams, the Act does provide for those persons to make certain, well, it looks like what is a two-stage application process, that you apply to the commissioner to have your record expunged. Now, that language seems to suggest that if my record is expunged because I have qualified under the amended Act, that I have had been convicted for possession of marijuana less than 100 grams, then I have no record. But the Act also says when you do that, then you can apply under sections 87 of the Constitution for a pardon. So you're back to the first instance where you simply have to go for that pardon, and that is a process. The process for doing that, if you go on the Ministry of National Security website, you would see the forms for non-prisoner and prisoner applications for grants of pardon, and they will have a list of documents which you will be required to get. Now, it's important to understand the circumstances in which you can be in possession of this 30 grams or 4 plants. Now, the 4 plants, some incongruity as well, is that whether it's 4 plants per person, per household, meaning that every person, and person is not defined, but I'm assuming that it's an adult over 18 years. Unlike the legislation in Canada, which specifies persons 18 years and over and young persons. Our act just simply says persons. So that if it is that you have a household, 2 adults, and you have 8 plants, you can well say, well, 4 belongs to A and 4 belongs to B, so that you're not offending any provisions in the act that no one person has over 4 growing plants. Now, you better be prepared that those persons are willing to say each of the 4 plants is their own, or it's clearly defined and marked. Otherwise, if you simply say, well, I have 8 plants, and you're the only one in the house willing to say that, who is saying that, and the other adult is saying, I don't know anything about that, then you're going to find yourself in some problems. But more than that, you're going to expose the other person who has said that they don't know about them owning that plant. They can still be charged simply because possession is based on knowledge. So that if you know the 4 plants are there, or the 8 plants, sorry, you didn't grow any, you don't have anything to do with it, you would simply expose yourself. You must also appreciate that with respect to possession, it is not that you could simply engage in the use of marijuana by smoking it anywhere. The legislation is very specific that you cannot smoke it in a public place. If you are found smoking marijuana in a public place, you would also be given a fixed penalty ticket. If you choose to contest that fixed penalty ticket, then you are liable to a fine. I think it's $50,000 or $75,000, and the magistrate may give community service. So you must understand what you're exposing yourself to. If you pay the fixed penalty notice, which I think is also $2,000, there is no offense recorded against you upon payment of that. You can also pay it and still contest it. But contesting it, you really need to hope that you are able to successfully contest the ticket, because once you are not successful, the exposure is greater. Now, unlike I think it's California, a public place, whether privately or publicly owned, once you have access, whether by way of right, by way of invitation, whether expressed or implied, or even if you have to pay, that it's defined as a public place, right? Whether indoor or outdoor. So you have to understand the confines of where you are. One of the things is that even if, and this is where the act is a bit incongruous, if you are in a residence within 500 meters of a school, the principal act says that that's an offense of trafficking. Our act doesn't deal with that, so that you are, technically speaking, in breach of the principal act for trafficking. In California, for instance, which they specifically say that if you are within a certain meter of a school, you're committing an offense, except if you are at a residence. So it deals with that. But then it goes on to say, providing that your smoking is not detectable. So you can't share a border with the school and go in your backyard and smoke and they can see you. You'll be committing an offense. But our act doesn't even speak to the exception of a residence. So you have a situation where persons need to certainly consider if they want to have in their possession marijuana and they live near to a school, what are the likely consequences for that? And you certainly don't want to be a test case with respect to whether or not you are in breach of the principal act, which says that if you're found within 500 meters, and that doesn't specify public or private. If you're within 500 meters of a school, you're deemed to be trafficking. You can go to court and contest that it's not trafficking in these circumstances. You might very well be successful, but having gone through the process, then you wouldn't be be better off for it, whatever the outcome that you have. So that is the little teething problem with respect to this, the legislation that we have by way of the amendments. Now, the other sort of incongruous part of it is that while persons can be in possession, nobody has a license. Not yet anyhow. No one have a license to distribute in any form or fashion this dangerous drug, marijuana. So if you have to somehow come in possession of it, you're gonna have to get it from somewhere, you know, whether you buy it or someone give it to you. And if at that point, in that transaction, whatever it is, police come down, swoop down on you, and the person has a quantity far more that you had ever envisioned of getting, you can find yourself in a bit of a conundrum. Because while we are in the early phase with respect to how the decriminalization is going, we have not gotten yet to the position where the cannabis control bill is in effect, where you would have persons who have the requisite license to deal with huge amounts of quantities of marijuana, who can dispense to you the quantities which you need to be safe, so as not to offend any of the criminal laws. So it's just a matter of being mindful and cognizant of what it is exactly the amendments have brought in, and how it is you can expose yourself to the consequences going forward. And importantly, because you did not know the amount that you have, or you did not know this, it's no excuse. So you have to certainly educate yourself with respect to what these amendments are saying. Now, just to get into the other part of it is respect to the proposed cannabis control bill. This is what will bring in the Cannabis Control Authority. And this will be the body that will be essentially given the mandate of implementing and giving out the requisite license and regulating what would essentially be the cannabis industry. Now, that is not yet in effect. So this is where I'm saying that we have problems that even you go to transact and purchase or get marijuana. Right now, no one has a license, so no one can legally distribute to you. So there are a number of proposed licenses that will be given out: cultivator license, laboratory licenses, processor licenses, retail distributor licenses, import, export licenses, transport licenses, and even licenses for religious purposes. Now, when that part comes about, there will perhaps a greater marrying with the amendments and how they work and how people can access, if they choose to, and use marijuana. Until then, it's important that we simply understand that we are limited now with respect to how the transition phase that we are in is going to work for practical purposes. But I suppose very soon, because I know as a matter of fact that this proposed bill has been debated upon in the lower house, in the Senate, and has gone to a joint select committee, that it's probably on the cusp of being passed. Now, I don't know what will be the eventual outlook for this proposed cannabis control bill. I suppose a lot of persons would be interested to know if they want to be part of the industry, how they can go about it. But every single thing that touches on concerns this cannabis control bill, no doubt, will go through the established authority, which would be the way that the whole, everything in that legislation is controlled. And so that you just simply have to wait and see when that comes out and how it all works out and how it marries together with the amendments that have gone into the Dangerous Amendment Bill Act. Sorry. So with that, I want to say thank you. I've definitely made it within my 20 minutes. I hope I was concentrating not to go over, because I know this discussion can be heatedly debated and there are a lot more speakers to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Heath. Very important that we we have the spiritual dimension first and then the legal dimension. So thank you very much. And of course, just to remind participants that the proceedings are being recorded, and you'll receive a link so that you can actually reflect on it again or share with others. I want to introduce now Dr. Christine Decar, who is a lecturer in psychology in the Department of Behavioral Sciences at UE St. Augustine campus. And she has a PhD in psychology with a specialization in developmental psychology, and her research interests focus on behavioral and psychosocial development in children and adolescents. She is a member of the American Psychological Association and the International Society for Research on Aggression. She's also a member of the Board of Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and her theme today is risk-taking marijuana and risk-taking behavior, what society needs to know. And after her presentation, we'll have a question and answer session. Just to say from now that because there's so many participants, each person will have about 30 seconds with an opportunity to extend to another 30 seconds to allow everyone to have an opportunity, well, as many as possible, to make their comments or ask their questions. So you can start thinking of what comments and questions you need to ask from the three speakers you would have heard from. So Dr. Christine, over to you.
Okay. I just want to share my screen with everyone.
Yes, we're seeing you, Christine.
Great, excellent.
Not hearing you though.
Are you hearing me?
We can't hear you, Dr. Christine.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so are you seeing my screen?
Yes, yes, we are.
Great. Okay, great. All right, so good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I wish to thank the Catholic Commission for Social Justice for giving me this opportunity to present today. And as Ms. Ramleen indicated, that my presentation is on marijuana and risk-taking behaviors, what society needs to know. So today you will hear a bit of the psychosocial aspect, what you really need to know, as well as it relates to brain development, a little bit of that. I'll not go in depth with that because I know that there are other speakers that will be discussing that item, but also what are the effects and also its impact on risk-taking behaviors, what we need to know as families and as a society. So just to start off, I just want to share with you in terms of the literature that's out there and in terms of work that has been done. And here we have that the National Institute for Drug Abuse suggests marijuana use is on the rise, along with the erroneous perception that drug is completely harmless. And I want to make that clear. I would like to make it clear that drugs, whether prescribed or non-prescribed, will have an effect on the body. And that is why when you see certain drugs, you read the side effects and you also see a long list of complications depending on your health condition. So marijuana is not exempt from that. The effects of marijuana, and in terms of the use of it, we are not exempt in terms of it's not always predictable what will happen to you in terms of the use or even the abuse of marijuana, as we each will be affected differently. So how does it work? A little bit of some technical terms here, but I'll not go in depth with it. Two well-known compounds that are found in marijuana in terms of cannabinoids, as we know, naturally occurring compounds found in cannabis. There are over 480 different ones present in the plant. Only about 66 of them are termed what we call the cannabinoids. So the most well-known in terms of those compounds, CBD, which is considered, and I put in inverted commas, the non-intoxicating ingredient, and THC, which is, of course, the main psychoactive ingredient. So cannabis, when we think of it, it can have problematic side effects for certain people and for many people. And these effects are often minimal in products, as they say, in terms of research. In terms of these effects are minimal when we look at CBD as compared to THC. However, there's a lot of research, conflicting research that is still ongoing in terms of the full effects, whether it be long-term or short-term effects of both ingredients that in those drugs. And there is that when you look at it, a lot of the research have focused on animals, but what we want a lot more research in terms of long-term studies that can fully understand the long-term or lasting effects of cannabis. So in addition to that, I just want to mention that what we do know based on research is that THC, which is that psychoactive ingredient, it passes through the lungs, through the digestive tract, this is how it is used, and goes through the bloodstream and then into the brain. THC, specifically what it does, it targets with those endocannabinoid receptors located in the part of the brain called the prefrontal cortex. And I will show you in a bit what the prefrontal cortex looks like. But what I want to share with you is some of the work that I have been looking at in terms of the brain and its development, particularly during the adolescent phase. So the literature tells us that the brain remains in a state of constant neurodevelopment up until approximately 25 years. And many of us, when I think of my teenage years, or if you can think of that, at 13, 14, 15, we made many poor decisions during that time. Many of us would not want to go down memory lane because of those decisions, particularly leading to many risky behaviors. Of course, our decisions, many have argued that it was no fault of ours, but mainly because of what is happening with the brain at that time. And this is why it is so important that the youth, the future of our nation, should be well aware of the effects of cannabis, particularly because it impacts our brain development. So even more so, because brain development at that time, the adolescent is therefore especially vulnerable to any type of drug, and including cannabis. Though I do not have the statistics to show you here, but I am sure that Grace did share with us some important information on the use of drugs. But based on the Canadian youth studies...
Dr. Christine, just a moment. Your slides are not moving, you know. We're still on the first slide.
Okay, I'm still on this slide. So,
okay.
so I'll be moving shortly. So based on that, what we have, I just want to share with you that in terms of that, because of the inclination to the use of marijuana, persons at that age are more likely to abuse it. And of course, in terms of the detrimental effects, leading to some later problems, psychological and so on. So what brain areas are affected? And I just wanted to share with you that brain area affected, the prefrontal cortex. And marijuana impacts brain areas dealing with concentration, thinking, sensory perception, memory, pleasure, and time perception. It affects the prefrontal cortex and the perineural nets. All those are important areas involved in focusing attention, as well as organizing, inhibiting inappropriate behaviors, modulation of intense emotions. So if we really think of the effects of this drug coming into a young individual, a child, an adolescent, literally hijacking the brain's internal cannabinoid system, of course, will result in disruption in neural regulation and neurotoxic changes in the brain. So can you just imagine what this individual might be going through? So what are the long-term effects of marijuana and marijuana use? In terms of cannabis use, we want to make, first and foremost, cannabis is not a harmless drug. It is harmless. It can be addictive, and the risk increases the earlier it is used. So early and frequent use also increases the risk of short-term and cognitive impairment. We can think of underperformance. The research clearly points to that. There are even longitudinal studies that actually show us that it affects IQ in the same way that lead exposure affects children or persons in terms of IQ and the decrease in IQ. So that's something that I think is very important to know. The effects of marijuana is clearly understood in the literature. So even more so, moving on, marijuana use impacts the prefrontal cortex, as I said, responsible for decision making. It impacts the individual's ability to make those decisions in their best interest, causes deficits in information processes, and increases the engagement in risky behaviors that may be in terms of, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, my slides are moving?
Yes, yes, it's moved.
Okay,
Marijuana
great.
in the decision-making process.
Okay, great. So in that way, it may be harmful to the individual. So as I move on, I just want to share with you, how can this disruption in decision-making be detrimental to our children? Why should we as a society care? And if our children are our future leaders, would we want our future leaders to make poor decisions when it comes to governance and the law? Of course not. And this is why, as a society, we should care. We have no choice but to care. So just to give you an idea, some context on what risk-taking behaviors are, and here it is defined as any consciously or non-consciously controlled behavior with a perceived uncertainty about its outcome and or about its possible benefits or costs, economic costs, or psychological well-being of oneself. Even with the work, and very old study points to where Adolf and Smart discovered that risk scores on a scale measuring a battery of risky behaviors was significantly increased for marijuana users. There's also research pointing to marijuana use and its link with later delinquency, multiple sex partners, and the use of other drugs. So we heard earlier on that marijuana is considered a gateway drug. And this means that frequent marijuana users often go to use other drugs, which may be even more harmful. The users often go on to develop substance abuse disorders, leading to even other problems in society. The majority of persons in the US being treated for substance abuse have reported a past history of marijuana use. So just to touch on one of the risky behaviors that I'll be looking at, risky sexual behaviors. Researchers acknowledge this undeniable correlation between risky sexual behaviors and marijuana use, a study by Andrade and colleagues in 2013. So risky sexual behaviors encompass early sexual debut, unprotected intercourse, multiple sexual partners, as well as high rates of partner change. And many researchers, such as Andrade, have actually acknowledged this relation. Marijuana, actually, what it does and how it works when it leads to risky sexual behaviors, it causes those sensory alterations along with feelings of calmness, relaxation, which may influence the individual's willingness to engage in risky sexual behaviors. So that situational and pharmacological effects of marijuana actually would result in that decreased self-control, leading individuals to engage in sexual impulses, engage their sexual impulses. So what happens? The unforgettable impact of risky sexual behaviors that you have to live with sometimes forever throughout your lifetime. Contracting a sexually transmitted infection, whether it be a virus or a bacteria, unwanted pregnancies. And what I've highlighted here really tells you that the identification and understanding of the risk factors, the antecedents of those behaviors, therefore is necessary in order to develop the very corrective and preventative measures. So another risky behavior is driving under the influence. Now, after alcohol, marijuana, based on research, accounts for the largest percentage of drug-positive motor vehicle crashes and fatalities. Marijuana is the most frequently used illicit drug implicated in intoxicating driving. And the drug impairs brain and motor functions needed for safe driving, causing marijuana users to be approximately twice as likely to cause a collision than their sober drivers. It impacts their speed of performance and reactivity. And this, of course, is especially dangerous when driving motor vehicles, which requires the driver to be alert and reactive to their surroundings. So we know what we have in Trinidad and to probably many parts of the Caribbean. We do have a major concern. We have what we call a drinking culture. And the decriminalization of marijuana will compound this problem. So what happens when these two substances are mixed? Cross-fading, a term often used to refer to an individual under the influence of both marijuana and alcohol at the same time. Alcohol increases the absorption of marijuana's main psychoactive ingredient, THC, intensifying the effects. So individual differences have been noted on the combination when persons use the two, but it is clear that what is happening, we have the intensifying of those effects. So as we move on, I want to just share with you what we call a dangerous cocktail. A cocktail, alcohol and marijuana that has often been consumed by many young people. The cocktail called what we call green out, sweating causes sweating, dizziness, nausea and vomiting. So in a 2017 research review indicated that individuals who actually use both alcohol and marijuana together tend to consume more of both of them. And this puts those persons who consume the two substances simultaneously, of course, at a greater risk of developing substance abuse issues. Now, frequent use of both substances will severely impact your cognitive functioning in the short and long term. And marijuana and alcohol combined may impact the hippocampus and structures of the brain in terms of learning, memory, all of what could lead to other problems. I just wanted to share with you a graph showing what happened after the legalization of marijuana based on fatal car accidents in a study done in the Washington states in the US. And what we see here, based on the Foundation of Traffic Safety in Washington, there was an increase in the percentage of drivers involved in fatal car accidents or crashes who were THC positive in the state of Washington between 2012 to 2017 when the drug became legalized. Of course,
sorry, can we see the graph?
You're on the second slide, Dr. Descartes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes, are you seeing the graph?
Yes, now we're seeing it.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, my apologies. So what is happening here is that you're seeing an increase after the legalization. Now, what we are hoping, and that's something that we really need to, and persons who are in terms of lawmaking, policymakers need to be clear. This is what is happening. Do we want something like that being mirrored here? And we have decriminalized marijuana, and I would want to think that with those two substances combined, we are yet to see more to come, sad to say, in terms of the effects, in terms of car accidents and the lives of our individuals. So the how and why is in most cases. Why and how did that child or that person become a drug user? Many of our problems we face today with drug addiction stem really from family history, social context, neighborhoods. And parents, as we know, still have a big influence on our children when it comes to using marijuana. Poor parenting practices, monitoring, have a direct or even an indirect effect on whether a child has access to and uses marijuana. Parents, as we know, guide the decisions that in our family setting. They are the ones who make the decisions. But oftentimes, it is those same parents who use marijuana. And because of that, children too are more likely to use it, even if it is prohibited in the household. Access is made even easier when it is used by parents. We all know the psychological impact of modeling behaviors. A child sees something, they imitate, they model it, whether it be directly, indirectly, whether it be delayed, they will model that behavior. So we all know these impacts. And if I see my parents smoking, I think it's okay to smoke, whether I'm allowed to do so or not. So children who report their parents, children who reported their parents have used or currently use marijuana, there was a 72% of those children, based on a study by me in 2013, who indicated they too used marijuana. So positive parenting, as we know, have been linked to positive development in the brain structure of children. So if it is our parents now must create or set those boundaries within the household to redirect those children's behaviors, encourage them to do or to engage in more positive behaviors, monitor their behaviors. So as a parent, you are your child's first and best protection against drug abuse. So as I close, I just want to share with you some recommendation coming out of the review here. What it is proposed is that to place more emphasis on public education, community prevention campaigns, and increase awareness that marijuana use is associated with the greater risk-taking behaviors, increase training programs for parents to develop positive parenting skills that will help them to set those clear boundaries against drug use and drug abuse, and to monitor their youth activities so they remain in a drug-free environment. Many persons may not want to agree here, but if we place heavy monetary fines on individuals, we may be able to deter persons from using cannabis in terms of those found to be driving under the influence of cannabis. The need for local and regional research is necessary. Funding is necessary to help with those research and to add to the existing body of literature and to build on the developmental science, particularly in terms of the youth. More longitudinal research is required to see those adverse effects over prolonged use. And finally, to increase funding for rehabilitation centers for substance abuse. So that takes me to the end of my presentation. Some references, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Descartes. So we now open up for a Q&A segment, 15 minutes. And remember, as I said, because there are over 130 persons participating, try and be brief so that everyone will have an opportunity to contribute. And Simone, Nathan, and Charette will assist me in managing the session. Okay, so either put your hand up or write a message in the chat so that they'll know that you want to speak. Simone? Anyone? And remember to unmute your mic when you're speaking. Okay, Ms. Blackman has Dr. Blackman has her hand up. Yes, Dr. Blackman. Dr. Blackman, can you unmute yourself so we can hear you?
Pleasant, good morning.
What's your question?
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. So I just came in towards the end of Dr. Descartes' presentation. I heard her speaking about the effects of marijuana, the effects of marijuana in car accidents. But I don't think we've also looked at the incidence of caffeine, the incidence of alcohol, like all of those are drugs. And I don't know about you, but my experience, again, I studied in Jamaica where it was legal when I was there. My experience with most people when they're high, they're not really trying to drive anywhere unless it's to get something to eat.
Dr. Descartes, you want to respond?
Okay. Yes. So the thing about the drugs, in terms of, now I'm speaking mainly, and just to go back to where I started, I was speaking mainly about marijuana and alcohol. While many persons may say that if you're high, you may not want to drive, but in addition to that, because you're not your own self, you're not able to make that decision in a very sound way, and sometimes you take the risk of engaging in those activities, or you engage in driving, you engage because you think you can do it. Now the thing about marijuana, it calms you down, right? It relaxes you more or less. So the inclination maybe to drive might even be, maybe even higher, because you think you can do it. But of course, you have poor judgment, and that's because you take that risk and probably go behind the wheel. So probably saying that if you're high, you may not want to. That to me is something that I would want to explore further and look into.
I totally agree with you on exploring things further. I heard you say alcohol and cannabis. The research, was it alcohol and marijuana together? Because to me it would be a bit difficult to separate the impacts of one from the other there. I should have identified myself. I'm from the Medical Association. I'm the chairman of the Medical Cannabis Committee. So I have done quite extensive research on this, and some of the things that you've spoken about, like I also was of that belief until I did a bit more research. The motivation that we speak of in a lot of children, the research hasn't been as unbiased as we would ideally want it. If you look at motivation for children in a population in a forest versus kids in, let's say the middle of a first world country, what we think of as motivation in a forest versus what is motivation in, let's say top of the class kids, those are two, that's difficult to compare. So I think we're also making a couple generalizations, as in cannabis does this and it doesn't do that to everybody. And we're looking at research where cannabis and alcohol are kind of knotted up all together, and it's not a very clear picture that we can get.
Yes, I want to agree with you as well. And the thing about it, and this is why one of the things I was saying is that we need more research. We need more longitudinal research to actually guide some of our conclusions we are making. But we cannot say that cannabis, or even when we think of marijuana, is non-harmful. We don't know how it will affect each person. Some person might take marijuana, nothing happens. Others might have an effect, and so we just don't know. And that is why I'm saying that there is need for more research in that area to give us better conclusions, that, for us to be certain and so on. So
I think in the period of us acknowledging that we don't know, right? We also shouldn't push a pro or con agenda that we might have. Let's just say we don't know, we're open for more research, and not make it sound as though it's skewed a perception in one particular direction or the other.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Blackman and Dr. Descartes. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Gregory, Dr. Delzin, Gregory Delzin, attorney. Yes, Gregory, you have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Gregory. Simone, can you unmute him? Nathan? Unmute him, please. Right, yeah.
Right. Yeah, hello? Can you hear me now?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah, a very interesting conversation, but what I'm more interested in finding out is whether there has been any comparative analysis between alcohol and marijuana to say which one is more or less harmful than the other. Because speaking as a parent, when you get into the discussions with your children, alcohol is always pushed as the measure against marijuana use, especially in the context where alcohol has been accepted by society. So I think it's going to be, it is really useful in the discussion to be able to compare the harmful effects of alcohol as opposed to marijuana in order to achieve some sort of understanding of either the combined use or the exclusive use of all in relation to developmental skills and the effect on the brain. That is the discussion I think that is needed for young people.
Thank you, Gregory. Any comments from anyone else on what Gregory has said, or any other comments? Okay, so I see Mr. Bongo Grease. Yes, Mr. Bongo, you want to, yeah, can you unmute yourself and join the conversation? Simone, can you help him unmute? Mr. Grease?
Yeah, good day.
All right, good day, yes.
You hear me?
Yes, we are.
I agree. I have been an advocate for the marijuana through the All Mansions of Rastafari for a long time. And I agree with what Archbishop Gordon had said. It's more of a mental health problem, you know. And concerning the contribution that Dr. Discrates make, I think it was very educational. However, a proper educational system needs to be better understood in terms of the endocannabinoid system, because we as Rastafari have been using this thing for many, many years. Some of our children are top scholars. I agree that starting marijuana from a very early age can have certain effects on the brain, you know, that is understood. However, understanding the plant is even more, because marijuana, the THC in marijuana only becomes active when it is heated. So if you have a marijuana tree and you decide to take your fresh marijuana from your garden and cut it up in your salad, then you would actually have all the necessary ingredients that you would want in it without putting fire to it. So it's only when you put fire to it, you actually activate the THC. Thirdly, when we consider medical marijuana, what is medical marijuana? Because a patient who has cancer actually would have to use a marijuana with a high THC. There are certain medical conditions that require high THC. So the subject of stating medical marijuana is something that, you know, I think needs to be properly well sought out. So in my conclusion, what I'm saying is that a proper understanding needs to education needs to be about marijuana, because it affects people totally different. Because if I am suffering from a psychosis problem, because as a Rasta man for over 50 years, I smoked in my early life for 10 years. And after 10 years, I stopped smoking because I realized that is not for me. It's the same way for drinking, I drink. So it all depends on the individual, and the individual realizing how he could take it and how he cannot take it. And again, as I say, education, you can use the plant and have the full energy out of the plant without putting any heat to the plant. Only when you put the heat, you are actually engaging the tetrahydrocannabinoid in it. So a better understanding of the endocannabinoid system in the marijuana would allow this discussion to be, you know, a little more, you know, how shall I put it, a little more clarified. But so far, I love the conference. It's excellent.
Thank you, Bongo. If you don't mind me calling you that. Laura, you wanted to contribute? Laura, I see your hand up. Can you unmute yourself?
I have unmuted. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
To Heath, I've been talking to an associate in Colorado where they have been legal for quite some time, as you said. And he was saying, you know, he runs a business and he has been talking to other business operators when cannabis was first legalized in their state. And he was saying that many employers wanted to institute mandatory testing for their employees. And it was simply not possible at that time. Their labor laws at the time had not caught up. He got away because in his business, they managed a lot of heavy equipment. So they'd always had mandatory drug and alcohol testing protocols in their company. My question, Mr. Heath, is that in that current cannabis control bill that's being debated, is there a section that looks at current labor laws and tweaking those labor laws to allow for mandatory testing for employees who might want to institute it in their companies? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. The bill that I looked at, I certainly did not see it. What I did see, somewhat ironically, is that persons who have convictions for indictable offenses, including under the Dangerous Drug Act, cannot apply for licenses. So if someone has a conviction for simple possession of marijuana, which is always laid indictably, it raises the conundrum that that person might have a difficulty even applying for a license. But just to answer your question specifically, the bill that I saw did not have with respect to the labor laws and mandatory checks with respect to persons who are getting into the industry. I did not see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura. Anybody else wants to ask? Yes, Errol, yes?
Hi, good morning. Mr. Heath, my concern and my question is with regard to quote-unquote legal use in the home when there are minors and babies in the same home. When we are using within the confines of a home and the smoke, which is very pervasive, moves through the house, the law protects minors with respect to they are not allowed to use and they're not to be in possession. But if I'm in the same room with my minor and I'm using, then the minor is using. Does the amendment that you're looking at or the laws you're looking at speak to use within proximity of minors?
Yes, and no, it doesn't. It does not address that. As I said, the act simply even only refers to persons who are using it. It doesn't define a person with respect to a person over the age of 18 or under. As I said, in Canada, they make a distinction as opposed to young persons and adults. They don't even, like the act in California, cater for instance, even if you're using it in your residence near to a school, it cannot be, it mustn't be detectable that you're using marijuana. Our act does not go that far to cater for it. What it does do is that it says that you cannot use it with respect to in the vicinity of like school children. So, well, you generally can't use it in a public place, but anywhere that school children are around or traveling in a bus, in a school bus, you can't use it. But saying that to me, you needed to go further, because if you can't use it in a public place, I don't think you would circumvent that law by using it in your car, which is private, while you're on the public road. Otherwise, you could simply go to a driveway, pull up, look at a drive-in movie and smoke it in your car. So I don't think it's circumvented in that way. But with respect to the use in the home, Mr. Fabian, I haven't seen anything in the act which specifically addresses that concern that you have expressed.
Okay, anyone else? I think we're ready now for our next speaker. Yes, on time. So if I can just introduce, thank you all for your contribution. You'll have another opportunity later on to further your discussion. Dr. Randy C. Prasad is our next presenter. Dr. C. Prasad is a criminologist and head of the criminology unit at UWI, St. Augustine campus. And he holds a PhD from the University of Toronto and an MPhil degree from the University of Cambridge, specializes in research methodology and statistics, and has a research interest in economic deprivation and crime, gang violence, youth crime and justice, and penology. His recent books, he's published a couple of books and has published in peer journals as well. So his theme, Dr. Randy's theme, is marijuana, drug use, and crime among prison inmates. Dr. Siprasad.
Thank you, Leela. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me as part of this. Can I just confirm that you are seeing my screen and hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Right, so good morning once again. So the study that I'm actually going to present to you is based on data that were collected a couple of years ago under the sponsorship of the Organization of American States. I'm very, very happy to tell you that just this morning, a new study was published on the prison population in Trinidad and Tobago. This is a study that was sponsored by the Inter-American Development Bank, and I happen to be the author of this particular study. And I posted the link in the chat, but Leela, I will send the link to you so that you could make it available to participants.
Yeah.
And I was not at liberty to use the data from this brand new 2020 study because I was contractually obligated to keep it confidential until the IDB actually officially published the report. And strange enough, it came out this morning, and there is a wealth of information on drug use and criminal behavior, again among the prison population in Trinidad and Tobago in this brand new 2020 study. So the data I'm presenting to you is just a couple of years older, but it is still very, very much relevant. In presenting the data and the findings of this report, I have included a lot more information than I will actually go through. The reason for it is that I provided the information in the slides so that you have a bit more complete information. So things like the demographics, certain other types of issues I will not focus upon, but it's provided there for you to create the overall context for the study. But my focus really will be on the relationship between drug use and criminal behavior. And I do want to remind you that the study, the respondents for the study was inmates within the Trinidad and Tobago prison system. So it means, therefore, that the findings here may not, and I think will not necessarily generalize to the public at large. Now, this does not mean that there isn't a link between drug use and criminal behavior among the general population. It is just that the data that I'm presenting would be limited to the prison population. So there would have been several general and specific objectives to the particular study. It was wider in nature than just looking at drug use and criminal behavior. But for the purposes of this particular presentation, I've pulled out those findings which are relevant. The questionnaire which was administered contained, again, a range of different variables. This is just some of the variables that were included in the particular questionnaire. In terms of the sample, here is just a breakdown of the sample, and in all 623 inmates were randomly sampled. So this is a representative sample, and you have the number of convicted and number of remanded persons in each of the prisons in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the sample sizes. And overall, at that point in time, 17.1% of the prison population was sampled. In the 2020 study that I mentioned earlier, we sampled a little over 20% of the entire prison population, right? This just gives you an idea of the demographic characteristics of the respondent in that particular study, and the characteristics are disaggregated by gender and by whether the respondents were convicted or remanded at the time of the survey. So you would see that the average age of the respondents was 35.9 years old, with 94.4% male and 5.6% female. Of course, that gender disparity is as a result of a disparity in the prison system, where the majority of inmates are male. Here we have the types of convictions that the persons were incarcerated for. So one of the items that we used in the questionnaire asked respondents, those who were convicted, that is, to indicate the crime that they were convicted for. And you would see that by far, the largest proportion, almost 1/3 of all inmates within the prison service, were incarcerated for drug offenses. Now, I would mention that these figures are, of course, based on the pre-decriminalization laws, and with a change in the laws, it would mean that some persons who would formerly have been incarcerated or potentially could have been incarcerated for the being in possession of dangerous drugs would no longer be in possession. So if you amend the laws, what it could also do is it would affect the rates, right? If you look, for instance, in the year 2000, when we had changed the drug laws, we had amended the drug laws to change the quantities that you could be held with to be defined as having committed a major or a minor drug offense. What you would have seen is that the quantities of substance that you could have been held with increased at that point in time, and there was a simultaneous dip in the number of major drug offenses recorded. So that, of course, is another example of a direct relationship between a change in law and a change in the numbers. So what is most likely going to happen in the prison system over time is that the proportion of persons who are admitted for drug-related crimes would probably decrease. Just one second, I'm trying to, right. Here we have, among the prison population, the percentage of persons who have used particular drugs within their lifetime. And for the purpose of this study, we've also included alcohol. I would say that the findings later on are disaggregated to say whether the findings include or exclude alcohol, because that's a class of its own. But you would see that the highest figures go to cocaine at 12.7% lifetime usage, alcohol 63.9%, marijuana 74%, and tobacco 75%. Right. Here we have the lifetime usage figures disaggregated according to gender and conviction status, as well as figures provided for the entire sample. And you have in blue all drugs which include alcohol and tobacco, and in green all drugs except alcohol and tobacco. So when we look at drugs apart from alcohol and tobacco, in the sample as a whole, 75.1% used other types of drugs. And you see those results disaggregated by gender and by conviction status. Here we have the percentage of persons who've used one or more drugs within their lifetime, and the top graph shows the findings with alcohol and tobacco included, and the bottom figure with alcohol and tobacco excluded, right? So if we look at the bottom figure and we exclude alcohol and tobacco, we would see that 57% of inmates had used at least one drug within their lifetime. For those persons, the majority drug would have been marijuana. 11.4% would have used 2 drugs, 5.1% 3 drugs, and the rest more than 3 drugs within their lifetime. Age of first use of specified drugs, we see the average ages there. The age of first use of marijuana is pretty young, 15.4 years old, cocaine 22.9. And you see the average age of first use of other drugs listed in this particular graph. Now, this one is quite interesting. This is drug use within prisons. Now, it's illegal in the prisons to use drugs, and that includes tobacco and alcohol. And yet, what the data from this particular study showed was that 66.5% of inmates in the Trinidad and Tobago prison service actually use drugs in prisons. And the data would have showed us as well, and I didn't include those slides here, but that it was fairly easy to acquire drugs inside of the prisons. And we see the findings disaggregated by gender as well as inmate status, whether convicted or remanded. Percentage of persons who have consumed specific drugs within prisons, what we would see within the prisons, the drugs that are used most often would be marijuana, tobacco, and alcohol. And we see that close to 50% of inmates had actually used marijuana while in prison, while slightly over 50% had used tobacco, and close to 20% had actually used alcohol while in prison. And here I just have, I'm not going to go through all of the details of the findings here, but this disaggregates the findings by each institution to show us the proportion of inmates within each specific institution who actually were engaged in drug usage. And you see total drug usage, meaning all drugs, but then you also see the findings for specific drugs. And in this case, I've presented the findings for you for marijuana, tobacco, and alcohol. And it's important to disaggregate the findings in this type of way, especially when you're doing a piece of research like this for the prison service, because while an overall figure may be important in terms of the prevalence of drug usage within the prison, if you want to deal with the issue within the prisons, you would need to target those facilities that have the highest levels of drug usage. And as you will see, for instance, from the data, the drug usage levels are fairly comparatively low in the women's prison compared to other places. But if you look at places like Golden Grove or Tobago, you would see that the drug usage levels are a bit higher. And even somewhere like maximum security prison, if you've ever been there, you would certainly be impressed with the security protocols. You have to pass through something like 9 gates, 9 secured gates, just to get in and out of that facility. And on top of that, there's a huge wall around the facility. So the security in there is really, really tight. You would see that the drug usage rates are pretty high, even in maximum security prison. How easy is it to get drugs in prison? A lot of prisoners think it's very easy. Quite a bit of them think it's easy, but as you see from the findings here, still close to 30% think it's difficult, and close to 20% think it's very difficult to get drugs within the prisons. So now we are getting closer to the issue of the relationship between drug use and crime. And this particular slide shows us the percentage of persons who said that their crime was related to drug use. And overall, it was around 30% of the sample, with 30.1% for males and 40% for females, 46.1% for convicted persons, and 13.1% for remanded persons. Here I've disaggregated the findings by the type of drug, and what we're seeing is, by disaggregated findings for the percentage of persons, or the persons who said that their crime was related to drugs, by the type of crime committed. And what we're seeing here is that some crimes are more closely related to with the use of drugs or associated with drugs in some way than other crimes. And the ones that stand out are attempted murder, manslaughter, stealing, malicious damage, and in 4th place, robbery. Here we have the proportion of persons who were under the influence of drugs when they committed crime. And on the bottom graph, we ask persons whether they would have still committed the crime if they were not under the influence of drugs. And you would see that overall, 22.3% of convicted persons were under the influence of drugs when they committed the crime that they were incarcerated for, compared to 13.1% of remanded persons. And those figures are also disaggregated by gender in the top graph. In the bottom graph, you see that 71.6% of convicted persons and 56% of remanded persons felt that they would not have committed the crime that they were incarcerated for if they were not under the influence of drugs. Here we have the proportion of persons who committed crimes in order to get drugs for personal use. For the sample, that stands at 8.7%, and the findings are disaggregated by gender and by conviction status. Here we have findings on the percentage of respondents who intentionally use drugs to boost their courage to commit the crimes. And overall for the sample, the mean was 6.3%, and the findings are also disaggregated in the other parts of the graph. Here we have the proportion of the sample who indicated that their crimes were linked to the production and trafficking of drugs. That figure stands at 17.2%. And we have the findings disaggregated by conviction status and gender. Here we have the proportion of persons who indicated that the crimes that they committed were linked to activities to maintain the drug market. And for the sample as a whole, the figure stands at 9.3%, right? Here we have what's probably even more important and I think more compelling than all of the data presented so far is multivariate regression analysis that I conducted to determine whether drug usage was in fact a significant predictor of criminal behavior. And multiple regression analysis is a type of analysis. It's purely quantitative, and it tries to determine which variables, which predictor variables have the strongest relationships to a particular outcome. So when we do find significant findings in the direction that we expect in a multiple regression analysis, what it suggests is that those variables which stand up as significant predictors are variables that are important causal factors. I will caution, however, that of course the study is cross-sectional. It's not experimental in nature, nor is it longitudinal in nature. I will also caution that regression analysis is based on correlational type analysis, which means that you cannot prove causation in a regression analysis, right? But it's a strong indicator where you do find significant predictors that that particular variable or variables may be important causes of a particular outcome. But you do require other types of research designs, such as longitudinal studies or experimental studies to actually establish causality. So what is of interest here for us in this particular study, in this particular set of regression models, is the findings for total drug usage. So total drug usage is the variable which really specifies drug use. There are other variables as well which try to do the same: receive medical care for drug use, hospitalized for drug use, age of first drug use. And the dependent variables really try to capture, at the top here they're listed, they try to capture criminal offending. So several indicators of criminal offending was actually embedded in the questionnaire. And these are listed here: the sentence length, the number of times persons were imprisoned, the current offenses, and this was operationalized in a particular way which the footnote would have captured, having previously committed offenses, and the total number of offenses committed, right? And what we see standing out very consistently as a predictor is total drug use, which is an important predictor of the number of times imprisoned, previous offenses, and total offenses. The positive coefficients, you will notice that there is no negative sign in front of these, indicate that persons who use more drugs are imprisoned a larger number of times. Persons who use more drugs are incarcerated for more serious offenses, and persons who use more drugs have committed a larger total number of offenses. What is quite interesting is that higher drug use is actually negatively related to sentence length. It means that persons who use more drugs tend to get lower sentences. My conjecture for this particular finding would be that the result here would be because of those persons who frequently use marijuana. We know that marijuana would carry a very short sentence. So it would probably be those people who repeatedly come in and out of the prisons for very short sentences because of being caught with small quantities of marijuana. And you end up with the negative relationship here, right? So here we have basically a summary of the findings on drug use and criminal behavior sample characteristics, sample estimates as well as findings is aggregated by gender as well as conviction and status, whether remanded or convicted. And we, in the table, we've specified the relationship of drugs to specified crimes. For instance, for persons who committed, let's say, robbery, 25.8% of them would have used drugs. The proportion of persons who were under the influence of drugs when committing crime, whether they would still have committed the crime, etc., etc. So what I've merely done in this final slide is that I've summarized the key findings for you from the drug use criminal behavior relationship in a particular slide. So given the time, which is now precisely 21 minutes, I will end at this note.
Thank you, Dr. Siprasad. Thank you very much. And in fact, you know, since everyone will receive copy of the slides, they'll be able to, you know, to review your comments in more detail then. So thanks a lot. And thank you. And can we introduce now Ms. Vandana Sue Sankarali, who is a clinical psychologist, and she's been with the Children's Authority since its foundational stages. She has led the establishment of the country's assessment centers and has played an instrumental role in re-engineering the current child protection system into a new and progressive one. She has the position of assessment manager at the Children's Authority, and she has responsibility for the operations of the authority's assessment centers. She manages teams of social workers, psychologists, medical and child protection professionals that conduct clinical assessments of children in need of care and protection. Her theme today is marijuana and child protection. Ms. Sankarali?
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you very much for that warm welcome. It is indeed our pleasure to be representing the Children's Authority and to bring the child protection discourse to this very important discussion. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen as well. And just to get confirmation that we are seeing my screen.
Yes, we're seeing the screen. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so today in a very short time, we'll try to capture some of the main points that are relevant in this discussion. We'll be capturing the discussions that you see listed there. Just to give a little idea as to who we are as the Children's Authority, we are the specialized agency with responsibility for the care and protection of children and all matters pertaining to that. We take our mandate from a package of legislation which was developed in 2000 and operationalized in 2015. And at the basis of that legislation is the rights of a child, which Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to. And enshrined within that is always what is in the best interest of the child. And so therefore, every decision that we make in the child protection arena always takes that first and foremost into consideration. When we say best interest of the child, we mean, you know, anything that affects or contributes or fosters the happiness, security, mental health, physical and emotional well-being of children. So in that regard, when we discuss the impact of the decriminalization of marijuana, we are also looking at how that also interacts with multiple factors to contribute towards the best interest of a child or to constitute risk in that regard. So we had many speakers this morning giving various statistics. I will just touch on a couple that pertain specifically to children and adolescents that we've noted in the local context. So we see that definitely marijuana is a drug of choice among the adolescent population. Data from YTRC shows that it's one of the most prevalent offenses, marijuana possession, that is among the elder adolescent age group. Data stated by the Attorney General in last year stated that there was a considerable number of young people under the age of 18 who had been charged for cannabis-related offenses. We also see that at parliamentary contributions, we have heard that there's an increase in marijuana use among children of school age, both primary and secondary school. I see that there's my colleague from the NADAP is due to speak later, and I'm sure she will talk a lot about the NADAP's findings, but some interesting data that we have found coming out of NADAP is that there's quite a bit of curiosity among school-age children as it relates to marijuana. We see that the rates of usage increases as we go across the teenage years. It's a very easy drug to access in the school setting. And the last point we found very instructive in that it's viewed as in a category as not being very harmful, which definitely raises the concern of the perception of marijuana being seen as a gateway drug. So in today's presentation, in terms of talking about how the decriminalization of marijuana interacts with the child protection system, I want to really preface the points that we're going to make by stating, first of all, that we are not of the position that every parent or adult that uses marijuana will have a child protection matter, or that they are in some way less appropriate parents, so that their parenting capacity is in question. There is no direct causal relationship between parents' use of marijuana and child protection concerns. What we will be talking about today will be some correlational research that has shown in the areas of parenting capacity, child maltreatment, and how it affects children's access in the home. That's what we will be presenting today. So just to draw upon a couple of themes that we found when we talk about parenting capacity. And when we speak of parenting capacity, we talk about a parent's ability to provide the appropriate physical safety, emotional safety, stimulation, boundaries, emotional warmth, catering to the basic needs of their child and any specific needs that their child or children may have. So a couple of themes from the research is that based on studies where there's parental drug use, studies have found that some of these parents admitted to being less emotionally involved with their children. There may be increased irritability due to withdrawal effects. Sometimes it's linked with multiple other factors happening in the family that may lead to an atmosphere of secrecy. Generally, all of these come together to interact with the way in which parents and children interact. And Dr. Descartes and the prior presenters spoke quite a bit about the influence of marijuana on cognitive function, brain functioning. And so it's very important to note that the impact that marijuana and other drugs have on executive functioning and other core brain functions, that can also influence the way parents are able to responsibly parent, because some of the key areas and domains that are required for them to be able to ensure a safe environment for their child are likely to be affected. So their ability to pay attention, to make decisions, to react to emergencies, some of these are possible to be affected. We've seen as well, similarly, making responsible decision making, perhaps being under the influence while driving, not being able to provide adequate supervision for children. These have come through in the research as well, in terms of the impact of parental drug use. We see that if there tends to be a correlation between the use of marijuana and possible drug-related violence in a home, where parents are using drugs uninhibited, and there is the use on redirection of resources that would typically be spent on basic needs in the home that are now being directed towards the procurement of drugs. That also affects whether children are able to have the resources that are available to them in the home. We've talked a lot in the prior presentations as well about the physical and psychological impact of marijuana usage on drug users. And so we found that that has also been linked to, in some cases, less emotional availability by parents to their children, and the impact that that in turn has on children's well-being. There may also be greater levels of family disengagement. Now, there's also a significant amount of research that looks at marijuana usage and child maltreatment. I'll begin by saying that the vast majority of research does not support the idea that marijuana users are child abusers. That's not the case. However, we have seen that there is an increased risk for persons using drugs and perpetrating abuse on their children. The research is replete with examples of this, and of course the link between the two is confounded by multiple variables. So there may be many factors at play in relation to family dynamics, such as trauma histories, substance use histories, domestic violence, mental health problems, all of these then interacting with parental drug use to constitute risk as it relates to child maltreatment. So we have seen research that shows that parents who utilize marijuana are more likely to use corporal punishment than those who do not. And there's, of course, a lot of discussion as it relates to, the use of corporal punishment, but we know in our law, parents are allowed to use what is known as reasonable corporal punishment on their children. But there seems to be a link between a more harsher, more punitive approach when under the influence of drugs. There's also been quite a bit of research in relation to the use of drugs and neglect. So where we've seen that in many cases of child welfare concerns, child protection concerns, there are also concurrent neglect concerns where persons may be more preoccupied with meeting their own needs. They may not be able to provide basic needs to their children, the necessary supervision and safety for children as well. We have talked a lot about the psychological and the physical unavailability associated with problematic drug use that can then cause the parentification of other children. And by that term, what we refer to is when other children in the home or older children in the home, for example, have to take the responsibility of looking after their younger siblings and sometimes even looking after their parents, both physically and emotionally. And so we see that where parents are not physically at home or where they are emotionally or psychologically distant from their children, that this can often happen. Parentification is a common consequence. Very, very interesting, however, is a reverse effect that we've seen, that while child abuse and neglect can occur as a consequence of drug use, we're seeing that persons with a history of their own child abuse and neglect experiences, that acts as a contributory factor in the development of substance use disorders and problematic drug use. So this really raises concerns for intergenerational cycles of drug use, which then impact parents, which then impact children. So very, very interesting to look at the longitudinal effects. That would be an important research implication. Just to touch briefly then, lots of questions have been coming up throughout the presentations about the impact on minors. And there is concern that the decriminalization of marijuana will result in increased use by persons within the home and therefore increased access to children and persons under the legal age. I note that the attorney would have indicated that the issue of age has not been elucidated very clearly in the legislation, but a child is anybody under the age of 18. And so we would have concerns for access of the drug because of the implications, physically and psychologically upon children. What we've noted is that children's access itself to marijuana is not so much the problem. By having parents using drugs in the home is not so much the issue. I should clarify that statement. What it is instead, the significant determinants in terms of determining what affects children's access is whether parents have a very permissive parenting style. That is, they have very lax rules, there are not sufficient boundaries in the home, and also if they have a very lax attitude towards their adolescents using drugs. Those tend to be the main factors that then interact to show a link between the presence of drugs in the home and children's access to the home. So if you have a person who's an adult or parent who's using the drug, but they have very, firm rules and boundaries, they have, they're not encouraging the use among children in the home, then we find that there is less of an issue of access. So just to move finally now to how do we make decisions now that marijuana has been decriminalized, when we are faced with marijuana featuring in a child protection case, how do we make child protection determinations? So before the decriminalization, we would have had a concern where marijuana presents in a case because one, it would mean that a parent or guardian is using an illegal substance while having children in their care. There would be the likelihood of the child being exposed to the drug, and there would be the concern for the known impact of the drugs, which then may constitute collective risk. the decriminalization of marijuana now only really removes the concern about the illegal status. It still does not relieve parents or guardians of their responsibility to keep their children safe. So in considering all the factors in a case, we always consider what is in the best interest of the child. First and foremost, how do all of the factors come together to ensure that children are remaining physically and emotionally safe, that their development is on par, and that they are living a happy and healthy life as children? We note that a parent or guardian's marijuana use on its own does not constitute evidence in and of itself of incompetence. And it cannot be used in and of itself to make decisions as it relates to custody or visitation or placement of a child or so. That is only done in the situation where we see that there's clear evidence that the marijuana usage is posing danger to the child. And so therefore, in considering all of the factors, what we do in clinical assessments and in our psychosocial investigations is that we take into account holistic history, the child's vulnerability, the parents' history and their vulnerability, and the totality of all of the concerns and risk and protective factors in the child's life, the family's life, and the wider social circle. There are standards in the child protection field globally that look at how the use of marijuana by a parent or guardian can influence child protection decisions. And what you see listed there would be the considerations that we take into the considerations that we use to be able to make a decision about whether a child is at risk. So we would look at whether the parent's marijuana use is threatening or resulting in harm to the child or the child's well-being. We would look at whether it's impairing their ability to provide a safe and stable environment for that child. If it's impacting the parent's functioning to the degree that they are not able to be attuned to their child's needs. If it is exacerbating a pre-existing vulnerability, perhaps there is a pre-existing mental health concern which the cannabis exacerbates, and that in turn compromises the parent's ability to care for their child. If children are being involved in the growth and cultivation practices, and that involvement constitutes an increased risk of harm, those would be the considerations, the main ones that we take. It's important to note that when we also make recommendations for in child protection cases, we would not have justification to make a recommendation that a parent get rehabilitation or substance use intervention if it is determined that that parent's use is not harmful and certainly it's not affecting their capacity to care or supervise for their children. So just to put persons' minds at ease where it doesn't have an impact and the adult's use is within the legally permissible amounts, and there are no concerns for the capacity to care and supervise children and that they are being harmed, then we will not be able to make, once we have those conditions, we will not be making recommendations that go against, parents' ability to either receive their children back into their care or for their own treatment. So just to wrap up, on my final slide is just to state that generally in the child protection field, the mere presence of marijuana by a parent or guardian doesn't constitute a child protection concern. It is how it interacts with various factors to be able to constitute risk or harm to a child. And I've listed there some of the confounding variables that are known to complicate the impact of parental drug use, and we consider all of these factors. Again, always considering the best interest of a child. And to reiterate a point that Dr. Descartes made in her closing statements, it's really very important to have, public education and a lot of important discourse with multiple stakeholders on this topic so that we understand how child protection features in the discourse. And also we reduce misconceptions and stigma. So we ensure that the rights of both adults and children are maintained. And I think this forum is a good step in that direction. So that's it for the Children's Authority. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sankarali. And of course, we'll have your slides to share with participants. Thank you. Okay, can I invite now Dr. Ian Hippolyte, who is a medical practitioner and psychiatrist with over 30 years experience. He's a former medical chief of staff at St. Anne's Hospital, and that put him in charge, of course, of the majority of psychiatric services in our country. He has been a lecturer in psychiatry at UWI. He's also a private practitioner since 1993, and he focuses on adult psychiatry. He has significant experience in forensic psychiatry and employee assistance program work. He's also a track and field coach and has interests in areas like music, dance, and the visual arts. His theme today is the effects of cannabis on the young brain. Dr. Hippolyte, welcome. Can you unmute yourself, Dr. Hippolyte?
I've done that, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm happy to be here. I will show myself briefly by video, but for the purpose of not compromising bandwidth, I am going to stop the video and go on with the presentation, if you all don't mind. I'd like to share the screen now. Oops, hold on. Forgive me. I think I have it now.
Yes, you do. Yes, yes.
I trust that everyone can see this.
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to be talking about cannabis and the young brain, and present some information to you. I can draw on a UN Organization for Drug Committee report dating back to 2006, but which shows that cannabis is in fact the most widely used illicit drug in the world. We know that the most widely used drug in the world is in fact ethyl alcohol. But cannabis is the most widely used illicit drug. Approximately 4% of the world's adult population, and with reference to the Caribbean, approximately 2% of the adult population in the Caribbean. We're still relatively short on Caribbean data, but we have some figures. And OAS, Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission study, that's CCAD, that's the Spanish acronym for the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission. A study done in 2010 showed that across Caribbean countries, on average, people would start to use cannabis at around 13 years. That is supported by other studies. For example, in Jamaica, the National Council of Drug Abuse in 2013, a study was done, and that supported that fact. Just a minute. In the UK, again, it was found that there was a higher prevalence of substance abuse between the ages of 13 to 17 years. And in the US, a national epidemiologic survey again showed that there was a more significant use of cannabis within the 18 to 29 age group, and it's manifested in this slide here, which basically shows that if even you were to consider use over the past year or use over the past month, the blue line indicates over the past year, the red over the past month, but it basically is showing that the peak age group is roughly somewhere between 18 and 19 years, but you can see use rising sharply from around age 13 years, and that is consistent with what I just reported. In Europe, again, take a look at the blue lines representing the 15 to 24 years age group and the European Monitoring Center on Drugs and Drug Addiction. And this is showing that for almost all European countries, the United States is included here as a comparison, but all of those blue lines are indicated that the 15 to 24-year-old age group is the most common age group where you find cannabis use within the past year. Coming back to Jamaica, a national drug use prevalence survey again showed that the average age of initiation was roughly about 18 years. And if we were to draw on our own national secondary school drug survey in 2013, again, there was a steep rise of some in the order of about 14% of use of cannabis between the ages 11 to 14 and 15 to 19. So we understand that the initiation of cannabis use is in fact a young person phenomenon. And that in fact sets the tone for what I want to talk about. The fact is that cannabinoid receptors are widely distributed throughout the brain. These receptors are known to have a role in the genetic expression of neural development. They're located mainly in areas, and this might sound like French or foreign language to some people, but I won't make it too difficult, in the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex, important parts of the brain. The interesting thing is that these receptors are thought to increase during adolescence, and therefore there are implications for that. Both white and gray matter are affected. And in fact, what we may find is that there may be alterations in the cannabinoid receptor system that may lead to neurochemical or neurostructural abnormalities that ultimately result in poor cognition and poor emotional outcomes later on in adulthood. Yes? Let's deal first with the whole idea of cognition. As in any scientific study, there isn't always a 100% unanimous agreement with regard to certain issues, and certainly in respect of cognition, it is the same. I presented two studies, one dating back to 2000 and another dating back to 2007, that had absolutely different conclusions. In 2000, Teschner saw that there was no relationship between cannabis use, severity, and cognitive function. But in 2007, Harvey and others found that there was. The literature on a whole, however, does in fact point towards subtle, but yet detrimental effects on cognition, especially with early cannabis use. And in fact, a large-scale study done in New Zealand in 2012 found that there was a decline in IQ with persistent cannabis dependence, resulting in diminishing executive functioning and processing speed. And we'll see what the anatomical substrates of those phenomena are. The big question is, so your cognition gets messed up. Is it permanent or is it temporary? Again, different findings on different studies. One study showed that over a period of 8 years, if there was abstinence, if in fact there was initial cognitive dysfunction, then that cognitive dysfunction disappeared after a while. Another study showed, in fact, this was a study that followed people up for a lot shorter, that showed after 3-week abstinence, there still was persistent attention deficits. But again, the literature on a whole from my review showed that, in fact, many of the subtle cognitive changes may resolve after long-term abstinence. The big question is, what is the rate of abstinence having initiated at an early age? And we know that in many, many cases, once you start early, you don't necessarily abstain thereafter. The anatomical substrate for this, the gray matter. Now, the gray matter is very, very important. The gray matter of the brain is very, very important for what we call higher order processing. And the parts of the brain, I mentioned the hippocampus before. The hippocampus is simply, for the layperson, associated with memory function, and the prefrontal cortex for executive function. We know that cannabis may affect neural development by either one, causing premature development, or by causing tissue loss. And studies by Lorenzetti and Cousin, as well as Lopez, showed that volumes of gray matter in different parts of the brain were negatively influenced by cannabis use, particularly early cannabis use. In the case of Lorenzetti, he noted that there was volume decline in the hippocampus, which, as I said, again, is responsible for memory, and in the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for executive functioning. There was also, again, decreased volume in the amygdala. The amygdala is what we call the seat of emotion, and therefore, we are seeing where there can be emotional involvement as a result of cannabis use. And of course, thickness in the general brain cortex, observed in 2011, a study in 2011, really relating to early initiation of use and the severity of use. So we know that cannabis use can impact negatively on the amount of gray matter that you have. With regard to the white matter, now you can view the white matter of the brain. The brain is composed of both gray matter and white matter. The white matter is important for connection within the brain. Yeah. So therefore, it's sort of analogous to a computer. Your processing speed, the processing speed of a computer is akin to, or would be rather dependent, if you were to use the brain as an example, on the integrity of the white matter. Yeah, and in respect of performance on tasks that tested attention, working memory, and processing speed, it was noted that white matter was impacted and led to impairment in these particular parameters with young cannabis users. Yeah. The obvious things, psychosis. Cannabis can be many things. Cannabis can be a stimulant. It can be a depressant. Cannabis can be a hallucinogen. And they can be different things to different people. We have all been aware of people who have developed psychosis, and by psychosis I mean difficulty in terms of interpreting reality, so that they may develop hallucinations in any of the 5 sensory modalities, delusions, where they develop beliefs that are not consistent with the reality or consistent with culture, and thought disorder. And anybody who has some knowledge of mental health issues would see that these features are very, very similar to features that we see in people with schizophrenia spectrum illness. What we know, and we don't quite know how, is that use of cannabis provides what is termed, and this is a technical term, a component cause. In other words, the cannabis itself may not necessarily produce psychosis, but given a particular situation, for in fact, or particular environment, and for example, genetic vulnerability, it can produce a psychotic disorder, and in some instances, induce or exacerbate schizophrenia. In other words, if you're suffering from schizophrenia spectrum illness, cannabis use will worsen it. Yeah. Mood. I quoted a study dating back to 1973, principally because one of the premier investigators, Frank Knight, was my professor and mentor in Jamaica, but is in fact a Trinidadian, and he and Harding described the phenomenon of marijuana modified mania. In other words, people with mood disorder who use cannabis, who then presented with a picture that suggested schizophrenia. In other words, you had a schizophrenia-like picture that was really complicating a mood disorder. And of course, it was postulated that the mood disorder arose because there was a heightened use of substances in a manic state, so to speak. In other words, it was the clinical condition that led to the use of cannabis, which presented a clinical picture, but that clinical picture cleared up only to leave underlying mood disorder. But we know, as I mentioned before, that cannabis can also lead to depression. Many of you would have heard of the ganja immotivational syndrome. And it is a syndrome where your horizon of achievement becomes diminished. It is felt that cannabis affects the person, affects the brain to the extent that apathy becomes the main feature. Yeah? So that the concept of self-efficacy, that your ability to manage yourself, that becomes diminished. Lack and Luke in 2018 have a very interesting study that outlines that phenomenon, and there are other studies that do that. Now, I want to deal here with the impact of cannabis in respect of the mode of ingestion. We all know that cannabis can be smoked, it can be vaped, it can be eaten, you can ingest the oils, or you can eat raw cannabis. In particular, I want to pay attention, because we have limited time, to the role of edibles. And I have perused the Dangerous Drug Act as well as the Dangerous Drug Amendment Act. I must confess to not having been here for the early part of the session, so I missed the lawyer's presentation. But it seems to me as though there's possibly a lacuna in the law in respect to the edibles. Not too sure, I'm not a lawyer, but having read it, because certainly the recently passed Drug Control Act in December alludes to the consequences of having in possession in excess of 30 grams of cannabis. But I've seen no reference to cannabis cookies, cannabis brownies, etc. And I have included this particular slide because we know that if you eat cannabis, it is then metabolized by the liver, and then that metabolism allows for the release of many different cannabinoids, totally different from the THC, the tetrahydrocannabinol, which you get if you smoke or you vape. And in fact, one particular compound, 11-hydroxycannabinol, has 4 times the potency of THC. And therefore, a lot of people underestimate the impact of edibles. Edibles, by virtue of the fact that they produce compounds, or rather they allow for the generation of metabolites that are much more highly potent than THC, allow for manifestation of a much more profound clinical condition and a much more lasting clinical condition. And that is very, very much underestimated. In fact, the last mentioned mode of ingestion, raw ingestion, meaning using raw cannabis in, for example, wines, drinks, they in fact provide the least risk, because again, we know that applying heat to cannabis is in fact what releases a lot of the active ingredients in cannabis. So if you smoke, vape, you cook it, you apply heat, that sort of thing, then you in fact get the real potency as opposed to ingesting cannabis in its raw fashion. Now, what does all of this mean? So we've decriminalized. It means, especially if you buy into what I presented very, very briefly and quickly in respect of the impact of cannabis on the young brain, that we have to make provisions so that our young people do not use cannabis indiscriminately, or should not be using cannabis at all, given the risk, But if you don't see the message put out there, we live in a country where if you give people an inch, they take a mile. And therefore, we have to be very, very careful about the message sent. In other words, if we have to protect the young brain, we must embark on major education programs in respect of the impact of cannabis. And of course, major enforcement of the law in respect of children not under the age of 18 not using cannabis. In the US, for example, you can't use cannabis unless you're age 21 in states where there's decriminalization. And therefore, from my point of view, there needs to be a clear emphasis by way of education and enforcement on that. As in anything else, ultimately, the act of decriminalization essentially puts a lot of responsibility on the individual for managing the process of substance ingestion. Alcohol was the same thing. Alcohol is now legal. And therefore, as I said, it's very, very important to understand that as much as the responsibility remains with the individual, then that individual must have the acumen and the level of responsible thinking to make that decision. The fact remains, though, that we need to protect our young brains in respect of cannabis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hippolyte. Thanks, and your slides will be very helpful as well. Okay, we're running out close to our next presentation, but before that, we have a Q&A segment. So please unmute yourself when you want, or show your hand if you want to speak. There've been about 4 presentations, and direct your question to any of the 4 presenters or anyone who came before. Thank you. Anybody?
Yes, Leila, there was a question posed by Syra Joseph.
Okay, can you read it?
This is this is the appropriate time to read it.
Yes.
She's asked, as a parent of a child diagnosed with severe autism, she'd like to know if there was any possibility of parents being given the legal approval to give their children cannabis.
Okay. Any one of you would like to respond to that? John, is John there? Because I don't think, well, that.
Perhaps Children's Authority could probably look at it, or one of the other presenters. I think Mr. Heath had to leave for his other engagement.
Yes, Gregory, yes. Unmute yourself, Gregory. Press the red, can you unmute yourself? There's a little red eye. We can't hear you. Oh, can anybody unmute Gregory? All right, thanks. Yeah, oh no, it's back, it's muted again.
You're muting me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now, yes.
Yeah, I don't think the legislation that Mr. Heath referred to provides for any kind of agency by a parent in relation to a child. So a parent will have no authority really to administer marijuana medically under the legislation. However, under the old legislation, a doctor has the authority to prescribe through a license for the medical use of marijuana. So that may be an avenue, in a sense, for the parent to pursue. But it would be that the doctor would be authorizing the use on the child, and therefore the parent would be really the provider of the medical use. You see?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Rosemary. Rosemary, hands up. Can you hear us, Rosemary? Unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello? Hello, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are. Hi, welcome.
Hi, and I'm sorry, I have to apologize to everyone because Leila had invited me to speak to this and the message didn't get through. But as you know, I was the chair of the CARICOM Commission on Marijuana, so that is what has informed the regulatory amendments and so on across the Caribbean. And to say yes, I agree with Gregory. The old legislation has the avenue, but of course that is to get a special license to use it for scientific or medical purposes. But really that would come in the next phase, which we are all awaiting. And hopefully from this session we can input, you know, there's still time to make comments and so on, in relation to how the medical environment should operate. And that is already happening in Jamaica, for instance, as to how you get a prescription for it, and that it would come under that, but a parent could not on its own determine that they could use it for medicinal purposes. And for all the reasons that the previous speaker, I think it was Dr. Hippolyte, I heard a bit about it, our report did recommend strongly that children under 21, we went to 21 in fact, should not use cannabis, although there is evidence that it's not as harmful as we think, but we thought it was better to be cautious. Having said that, there are judgments, there's case law. In the Caribbean, there's one case from St. Kitts and the Macophobia, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, and elsewhere in Canada and the US that speaks to the right of persons generally to self-medicate with cannabis, that your right to health. And I have said before that when these things are tested in our courts, we assume they would be upheld, and this is what has happened with St. Kitts so far. They have talked about right to privacy, etc., etc. So there is that avenue, but of course that is a very contentious avenue. So I would not recommend any parent on their own to go and determine to give children cannabis. I think that's it for now.
Thank you. Yes, that is Dr. Rosemary Bell-Antwine, who's the Dean of the Faculty of Law at UWI. And as she said, she was the chair of the CARICOM Committee on Marijuana. And Dr. Bell-Antwine, Professor, it's online, isn't it? Your report, can individuals access it online? Are you there? Okay, I'll find out and we'll include the link if it's available. Anybody else who would like to participate, to make a comment or ask a question? No? Okay, well, we move on, we're in good time. Can I move on now to Dr. Neil Singh? Dr. Singh, when he qualified as a doctor, has been an intern at Port of Spain General Hospital, then he was house officer at Cora Chest Hospital, and after that, district medical officer in the county of St. George. Since 2001, he has been the head of the health services unit at UWI St. Augustine campus. And he, among other things, he's been instrumental in implementing a campus alcohol policy at UWI St. Augustine campus. His theme today is cannabis use and depression in young adults. Dr. Singh, welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure how, I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah, we can see your slides, yeah.
Your technology and so forth. You can see my slides as well?
Yes, you can, yes, yes. All
right, so we've heard a lot this morning on marijuana and cannabis and a lot of good information and a lot of good medical information. So I want to take this, my few minutes to put a different slant on marijuana and how it affects the young adult, which is a practice I've been practicing in a university setting. And I would start by, I'll try to get some practical points. A lot of my slides may be a repeat of what's been said before. So I'm going to focus basically on some critical practical points. And I want to start by showing you guys a recent clip from a newspaper of an incident which occurred involving a medical doctor in February in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to highlight here, this is a part of a report from a diary of a police station. And it really, and I had some personal experience with this incident and the use of medical professionals and alcohol and drugs and marijuana and a young doctor jumped to his death after having this cocktail. So this incident here really raises two concerns. Is marijuana a gateway drug? And two, the recreational use of marijuana and marijuana psychosis, does it affect everyone the same way? And I'll try to focus on trying to discuss some of those things. To look at when we say marijuana use, we have to really define what is marijuana use amongst our young people. So we have heard all about this and what is cannabis, and basically everybody knows about THC and CBD, and there are over 500 chemicals in there. And yes, there are some chemicals that have some medical use, and chemicals that THC, which is a psychotropic drug, which is really the drug that affects the function in brain that Dr. Hippel was speaking about, as opposed to CBD, which is an anti-inflammatory drug and anti-anxiety drug. But we got to understand that these drugs, the medical use of marijuana has been utilized not through raw recreational marijuana use, but people have extracted certain cannabinoids within the compound, have made them into pills and are now for sale, and it's a big industry. But it's quite different from smoking marijuana in all its forms. And we got to understand marijuana use is medical marijuana and recreational marijuana and research marijuana. His Grace in his first lecture, he summarized by saying that he approves the decriminalization of marijuana. And I want to take a little different slant in stating that I personally think that the research on marijuana has been very, very poor in the last century, simply because the law didn't allow for it. So by decriminalizing marijuana, I believe the intention is to conduct more research on marijuana and to allow for medical use of marijuana. I think by increasing the recreational use of marijuana, by decriminalizing marijuana, is not the way to go and will have bad effects. And it was not designed to increase recreational use as in Trinidad. It was designed initially to produce more research on marijuana, because research on marijuana in the past was prohibited, and in the same context to use marijuana medically and do research as well. But the recreational use of marijuana is something that we have all been battling with, and you've all heard a lot about this morning. And I don't think the law should really, what our law did in Trinidad in December is really decriminalized or legalized recreational use at home. And that has its effects. So we look at the ingredients, two major ingredients, which one is psychoactive and the other one has anti-anxiety properties, has anti-inflammatory properties. And so CBD can be used some people use it for pain relief. Some people use it for relieving anxiety. So this one caller who wanted to use it for autism in a child really wanted to use his CBD to relax the high anxiety state of the child. Now, marijuana in all its natural forms contains various percentages of these drugs, and you don't want to give a child THC. You've heard from the previous speaker the developing brain and what the psychoactive drug does to the developing brain. You may want to give an epileptic CBD, or you may want to give somebody who has intractable pain CBD, cancer pain CBD, because the CBD has an anti-inflammatory and anti-anxiety and pain-killing properties, analgesic properties. But we got to be careful of lumping all of these into marijuana use at home in its raw form. So we have all heard of how marijuana works, how it's affected the different parts of the brain, but primarily THC and what THC does to the brain, to the growing brain. We have seen that before, we've heard that before, but there are different forms of cannabis and how it's used, edibles, vaporized. what I want to state here is that in research, the little research that's done, the chemicals used contained about 0.3 to 1.5 to 2% of THC. Nowadays, people have genetically engineered marijuana. Now we have marijuana in some forms as high as 15% THC, psychoactive drug, as opposed to CBD. And there's a desire for the psychoactive drug, the one that gives you the high, the head, and those things. And you will find that what the studies show in the past may not be relevant to now because of the type of marijuana that's out there now. And you will find that the effect may be much greater than what you will find in studies, and negatively greater. So again, cannabis, marijuana is in different forms, you've heard that before, and different concentrations. So you see this skunk they use in the UK has 14% THC content, which is very high. But the hemp has about 1%, a lower level of. So different forms and different preparations of marijuana depends on and it has different concentrations and combination of the psychoactive drug versus the anti-inflammatory and the therapeutic drug. And we got to be mindful of, and when I say how we introduce, how we speak of marijuana use and how it affects the developing mind. So this is a 2018 U.S. National Survey. They have shown similar results to what we presented earlier on their young people using marijuana, and we all know, I mean, the age group 18 to 25 is the peak age group of young people who use marijuana. We look at university students in the United States, 18%, 43% of them, at least once in the past year, 25%, and at least once in the past 30 days. And it's similar for students who are not in college in terms of the prevalence of marijuana use amongst young. So it is no secret that young people are using marijuana, and it's going to have an effect on the young mind. And how this affects the young mind, it varies. And like everything else, not everybody uses marijuana develop problems from marijuana. And the use of marijuana must be quantified in terms of how frequent you use it. You're a weekly user, a monthly user, or a daily user. And what percentage of THC is contained in your compound that you use, and how much of that compound you use on a regular basis. These are variables that affect. So there are many people who will use a low percentage THC and smoke marijuana every day and have very little or no effects. And there are those who will use it infrequently, and those are the high-risk young people. And if you go back to the first slide, who've never used marijuana, they're marijuana naive, and they imbibe high potency, large amounts, are the ones who are at high risk of developing psychoses and other complications associated with it. But you will hear of many people who smoke marijuana, very brilliant people, very university lecturers smoking marijuana, and you will hear of doctors. But again, it depends on how early, the effect of marijuana on the brain depends on how early you start using it, how frequently using it, the type and content of the marijuana that you use, and any other comorbid conditions that you have. So again, CBD is not hallucinogenic, it's not psychoactive. It does help with people who have anxious symptoms, and it can antagonize the effect of THC to some extent. But most people want the high THC because of the psychoactive component. So in the short term, cannabis, motor coordination, increased appetite, time perceptions, driving ability, blunted effect, reduced impulse control. The long-term mental health problems, paranoia, panic, depression, suicide, we put all this anxiety, bipolar disorders, and most importantly, cannabis use disorder. a very common condition in the young adult who uses marijuana. You would have heard of this study presented by Dr. Hippolyte as well, show in New Zealand, where there is at least an 8 points drop in your IQ for those who have been using cannabis at an early age in their mid-adulthood. Those who use heavily as teenagers and quit adults do not recover from the loss of this IQ. People who only begin using marijuana heavily in adulthood did not lose IQ points. So the adults who start using heavy marijuana, they don't have any effect on the cognition or the brain function. But it is a young adult, the developing mind, who actually suffers as a result of heavy marijuana use. The thing about marijuana is that you, unlike alcohol, you can overdose. Unlike cocaine, you can overdose. Marijuana, you cannot fatally overdose, or there is no life-threatening withdrawal. There are withdrawal symptoms, and you'll find many patients who tell you they use marijuana to relax, they use marijuana to keep them calm. It is in fact using marijuana to treat the withdrawal symptoms of marijuana and not really having any medical therapeutic effect. So marijuana can cause chronic bronchitis, emphysema, COPD, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, testicular cancer. It's a possible gateway drug. But most importantly, marijuana THC primes the brain and enhances the response to other drugs. And that's where we look at the gateway effect and marijuana being a primer for use of other drugs and the coexistence of alcohol and cocaine and so forth. Marijuana can lead to mental health disorders, and there are a number of studies showing that, but the most important one of all is the cannabis use disorder, which hopefully we should have some data locally on that with our university students. I can tell you we did an alcohol use disorder survey on campus, and 70% of our students drink alcohol, and 48% of them actually tested positive for an alcohol use disorder. I'll be looking at a cannabis use disorder in the near future. So anxiety is a symptom that is present in many young people for many reasons. And you'll find many of them actually use marijuana to treat anxiety. But again, the effect of marijuana depends on the dose, and it depends on the frequency of use of marijuana. So people who are actually using marijuana to treat anxiety, in fact, in most cases, it offers some short-term benefit, but there's tolerance to the drug, and after a while, the drug does not have any therapeutic benefit at all. But CBD, that anti-inflammatory component of marijuana, does help to decrease anxiety, and it is that part of the marijuana, the raw marijuana plant, that helps treat the marijuana withdrawal syndrome that occurs in patients who smoke marijuana and try to stop on a regular basis. But apart from the mental health issues, there are other physical aspects, side effects to use of marijuana in terms of raising your heart rate, blood vessels. The most common cause of heart attacks in the 20 age group are patients who use cannabis and cocaine together, and they present in the ER with a massive heart attack. No chronic disease, no atherosclerosis, no clogging of the arteries, but high use of these drugs can predispose you to that. So while we think we are exposing our young population to marijuana use at home in the private setting, I think the purpose of decriminalising is for us to begin to start doing some research on the effects of marijuana on our young people. And Professor Cipriani said it very nicely here, that the widespread use of cannabis amongst the young population makes it a public health issue. And although the size of the negative effects of cannabis can vary between individual adolescents, and the effect can vary, we can't tell which teenager is going to jump over a balcony or which teenager will be able to drive home safely. And therefore, we need to pay more attention and focus on doing more research on cannabis to see who are the vulnerable ones, who are predisposed to psychosis, who are the ones that actually claim to be intellectually empowered by use of cannabis. So in connecting with the first slide I showed you about cannabis and psychosis, you would have heard from Dr. April as well that that cannabis can in fact affect and produce disorders similar to schizophrenia. Cannabis increases the chances of psychosis in 95 times compared to people who have never used marijuana. But family history of psychotic disorders, cannabis tends to increase the risk of developing a psychotic disorder if you have a family history of psychotic disorders. But it depends, of course, cannabis use cannot be lumped as simply. It depends, of course, the amount of drug use, the age at first drug, the genetic variability. So some researchers have shown that people who use marijuana and carry a specific variant of a gene, which codes for an enzyme affecting dopamine, have a higher risk of developing psychosis. So you can have 4 or 5 students sitting using a drug, and one student decides to go crazy and jumps off a balcony. And you ask yourself, why did this happen to this student? And why the others are quite normal. So there are many people who use marijuana and live normal lives. So there is a genetic predisposition based on a particular gene, has been shown by the 40 et al. But it also depends on the age of onset. It all depends on your amount to use and the quality of marijuana to use that predisposes you to this marijuana psychosis. So if you look at this slide, you'll see that people who use skunk, the highest level, high potent on a daily basis, have a 5 times odds ratio of developing a psychotic episode versus those who use it at weekends, hash at weekends or weekly. So it depends on the type. Hash is a low potency THC. Skunk is a high potency, 14 to 15% THC. So again, it depends. Your risk of developing a psychotic disorder depends on the quality of marijuana you use, the frequency of how you use it, and your genetic predisposition to marijuana. And that's why some people can, as I said earlier, many people smoke marijuana daily and nothing happens to them, and others can go off a balcony. So the major issues unresolved using concerns here are lots of studies showing heavy cannabis users have impaired cognition. We've heard that from other speakers. Some studies show prolonged abstinence improves most, but what has lost. And well, this author reported that those who had started using cannabis as adults had 8 points, and this is the New Zealand study by age 38 years. So the perception of risk and harm related to marijuana use is at all-time low among youth. And this has been said before, that youth think that marijuana is harmless, and that's why they use it, which may in fact be the result of ongoing dialogues around possible beneficial effects of marijuana. And there is that misconception again that marijuana in its raw form will give you the beneficial effects as those seen in those drugs derived by a manufacturing process and extracted from the marijuana plant. And that perception of marijuana is will obviously give the young adult the feeling that, or the sense of satisfaction that marijuana is good. We need to do more studies, more research here in Trinidad, here in the Caribbean, to show that the effects of marijuana. And I think the legislation was designed for that, and that the spin-off of having increased recreational use as a result of this decriminalization needs to be addressed and looked at by our legislators. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neil Singh. Now, before I move on to Lira, Professor Rosemary Bell Antoine would like to ask Neil a question. Professor, are you on? Yes. Professor, can you hear me? Professor? Can you hear me? Yes, okay. You wanted to ask Dr. Neil a question? Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Can you unmute? Can somebody unmute Professor Antoine?
Okay, good, thanks.
Right.
Yes, and that's because I have limited time in between meetings, but just to be able to contribute as was intended. It's not so much a question, but just a couple of comments, and I missed the earlier presentations. But the reason that the law was, well, first of all, let me say, I think the emphasis in terms of young people, children, should not be so much on the law, because the law is very clear, young people, and so was our report. In fact, we said 21 years. The medical research actually shows that a person's brain is not developed until 24 years. But we didn't feel that we'd go as far as that because people don't associate adulthood with 24, it's more 21. So we said 21 should be the cutoff point in terms of who's a young person who should not be using cannabis. And that recommendation has been followed throughout the Caribbean, included in Trinidad. So we shouldn't be, that if this discussion is focused on law and so on, that is a misplaced focus. What we should, I think, be looking at is education. So it's not so much a law, but we need to have a lot more education of young people and everybody else as to the possible negative effects of marijuana. And we know that there may be, because none of this is cast in stone, there may be very negative effects on children's brains and so on for the reasons that were discussed. So I think that is really where perhaps the Catholic Church could have a hand in this purpose. So Neil alluded to what the purpose was for medical cannabis and the purpose was for research. Actually, no. The purpose and why we had the commission established was because for many years, it was a social justice issue, and it's still a social justice issue. And I agree with the Archbishop. Unfortunately, I missed his presentation. But if you read the report, I think that comes across very clearly, and we've kind of forgotten that. It is only really recently that this whole medical cannabis thing became very, very, in the news and so on. But long before, many people were advocating it is fundamentally unfair and undesirable to be warehousing people in prison. And we knew who the people were who were going to prison. It was, you could have gotten up to 40 years, believe it or not, in Trinidad for a little spliff, for a small amount of cannabis, which is a victimless crime, because we made it into a crime. Spend years in jail, especially here with remand, where remand it takes so long. Whereas if you committed personal injury, you sort of harm somebody with a knife and so on, you could get a non-custodial sentence. So we see the disproportionate, and it wasn't helping. Prohibition does not help, because going back to children and whoever, we did surveys and so throughout the region, and a high proportion of children were actually using cannabis and are using, they told us ourselves, we interviewed them, it was quite amazing. So we were not winning that battle by having very strict draconian prohibition laws. We call it prohibition, just as we had for alcohol in the years to go. So the idea is, and even the police and so, we had a deputy police commissioner and our commission and so on, all of them told you, it makes no sense. You're actually creating an attraction for young people. And I think we know some of these arguments. So a very important part of decriminalization is about social justice and about trying to negate harm. And I think the Archbishop gets that. I think those who understand. Research is important so that yes, I agree, we could now do research in peace, and we need to have more research, and of course medical cannabis has become very important. The other point I wanted to make was about, I think Neil, Dr. Singh raises an important consideration, which is usage today of cannabis is not the same as when our grandparents used to use it. There's a nice little plant in the backyard, you come home in the evening, you take it to relax, etc., from what I understand. But one, the genetically modified one, which is they sort of hype it up. And very importantly, that issue about combining cannabis with alcohol and combining it with other drugs. And that seems to be very explosive. And unfortunately, a lot of our young people, that's what they're doing. So even that UV student, as he said, he was taking a mixture. That is something that the law does not address really and truly yet, just as the law doesn't really address the edibles that Dr. Hippolyte spoke of. It's a really very dangerous development when it comes. So I would agree, but at the same time, I don't agree in some presentation I heard at the end that it's only CBD that has medicinal properties. We have a lot of research now that it's both qualities, including THC, when you combine their synergies, which really are important for medical use. So that's out there, and hopefully the medical research will show that. And then the question of, finally, the question of the gateway drug. We went a lot of research for this. This is a commonly held perception, I might say misconception, because a lot of research has been done on whether marijuana is a gateway drug, whether it causes you to go and use other more serious drugs and so on, and whether it causes psychosis. That was a really sticky point. We had lots of nurses telling us, oh, they observed this. But the question is, a lot of science saying that there's no real link. It's not a causal link. It could exacerbate, but not necessarily cause, and we know we use it to treat mental illness as well. And this is not just me speaking, I'm a little lawyer, but we had Professor Abel, because we had scientists on our commission, who is a lead researcher in terms of mental illness. He's a psychiatrist on our commission, and we have seen since Jamaica 4 years ago legalized, well, not legalized, decriminalized, we haven't seen a jump, and he has presented statistics. We have seen no jump in mental illness. So that's a little bit of a myth, this thing about the gateway drug, but carefully it has to be controlled, and ultimately decriminalizing doesn't mean go out there and do everything you want. It simply means greater social justice.
Thank you so much, Professor Antoine. And this is a copy of the report that she had shared. It's called the Report of the CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana 2018. There were 9 persons on the commission, and Professor Bell Antoine chaired it. Waiting to Exhale, Safeguarding Our Future Through Responsible Socio-Legal Policy on Marijuana. It's available online, just Google it. So it's the report of the CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana 2018. If I remember, I'll include the link when we circulate the link for the proceedings. Okay, so thank you. Let's move on to Ms. Lyra Thompson-Hollingsworth now. She's the coordinator of the National Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention Program, NADAP, at the Ministry of Health, and is a drug demand reduction professional with over a decade worth of experience in areas of research, project planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, particularly as it relates to substance abuse prevention. She's held a number of senior positions in the public service, in the public sector, and her theme today is decriminalization of cannabis, a public education response in the context of perception of harm. Lyra, welcome.
Thank you very much, Leela. Good day to all the esteemed panelists and all of the participants of the symposium. My presentation today goes after many presentations that you've seen. So a lot of what I'm going to discuss now, not a lot, some of it you would have seen in previous presentations, but I'm going to attempt to focus it on the perception of harm and what is going to be the public response, the public education response. Decriminalization of cannabis and the public education implications. Now, in 2016, the United Nations, they held a special General Assembly on the world drug problem. And what you see quoted here is an affirmation from the perspective of public health and from the perspective of social justice. And I'll begin here by introducing who NADAP really is, because very often in the public domain, people sometimes confuse our role with the role of others. And, or sometimes they know of NADAP because we've been existing since all around 1985, but they wonder what is NADAP doing, what is happening, we're not hearing anything. And very often the work that we do is happening very quietly in the background. So we are a division of the Ministry of Health. We've been a division of the Ministry of Health since around 2015. Previous to that, we would have been a division under Ministry of Community Development, and before that, Ministry of Social Development. And even long before that, under the Office of the Prime Minister. And as a division, we are charged with the mandate of being the national lead for drug demand reduction. So if you understand economics in terms of demand and supply, your supply reduction agencies would be like the police service and immigration and customs and excise and so on. NADAP is responsible for drug demand reduction, and our core business functions are implemented in partnership with a number of state agencies as well as non-governmental organizations. So our major functions are in these four categories. And right now I find myself sitting in the hot seat because a lot of what has gone before falls very much nicely within what our functions are. So it starts off with research and policy, because anything we do after that has to be evidence-based and based on empiricism. So we establish demand reduction policies with a public health focus that are evidence-based, or public education, where we establish and strengthen an integrated system of universal and selected indicated prevention programs for drug use. Or information dissemination, where we engage in training and certification of human resources that provide prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation and social reintegration services, right? The research and policy has to be comprehensive, multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral, and respectful of human rights, considering the guidelines and or recommendations of specialized international organizations. And the public education must give priority to vulnerable and at-risk populations, and it must be evidence-based and incorporating human rights, gender, age, and a multicultural approach. For treatment and rehabilitation, where we establish and strengthen as appropriate a national treatment system, where including a human rights and gender-based approach take into account internationally accepted quality standards, and where also we establish and or strengthen governmental institutional capacities to regulate, enable, accredit, and supervise prevention programs and care and treatment services. So now we move on to the issue of the day, which is marijuana. And a lot has been said ever since 9 o'clock this morning on the issue of marijuana. And just for clarification, if it wasn't made clear before, a drug is any chemical when taken into the body that changes the way the mind and the body functions. And that is a simplified version of the WHO's definition. So that if you wasn't sure before, marijuana is a drug. Yes, it comes from a plant, but it's a drug, right? And it's also from the presentations that will have gone before as well. It is a unique drug that does not necessarily fall into any particular category, so that its impact on an individual can depend on many variables, such as age or predispositions, and it can be unpredictable. So here, throughout the day, we would have seen various panelists talk about THC and CBD. And detailing here, we can see a comparison between the two, where THC is the chemical responsible for most of marijuana's psychological effects, found in the resins of the plant, and it acts similarly to the cannabinoids made naturally by the human body. It damages certain portions of the brain, particularly in the young brain under the age of 25. It stimulates the neurotransmitter dopamine, creating euphoria. It causes hallucination. It can cause hallucinations and delusions. Its effects can last approximately 2 hours, and it can be and it's also implicated in bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and major depressive disorder, as physicians before would have indicated. Now, before I go on to CBD, you will see the background of this slide has a couple of items, including lollipops, brownies, as well as cookies. And even I have seen also other snacks like Rice Krispie treats. And I want you to keep this in the back of your mind as supposed to really keep in mind the target market for the producers of such products, because these products are produced, they're mass produced, and they're marketed and sold in Trinidad and Tobago, right? So CBD below, as you see here, derived directly from the hemp plant, and there's also a component in the marijuana plant, essential component for medical marijuana, commonly used to address anxiety, epilepsy, Alzheimer's disease, as indicated before, and does not produce the high experience in THC, and it contains less than 3% THC, and the WHO states that CBD poses no potential addiction or dependency properties. So that the WHO also indicates that there's no medical properties associated with THC. So these are some of the chronic and acute health effects, as we would have, and simply summarize a lot of what would have gone before. Impaired cognition with respect to attention, memory, problem solving, and mental flexibility, and altered brain function for the prefrontal cortex, cerebellum, and hippocampus. And as it relates to function, cannabis impairs cognitive functions, it impairs psychomotor performance in a wide variety of tasks, and performance on machinery can be impaired for as long as 24 hours after smoking as little as 20 milligrams of THC in cannabis. And there's an increased risk of motor vehicle accidents among persons who drive when intoxicated. Now, a lot of this was said before, but I would love for you to imagine for a moment an adult smoking cannabis in the comfort of his home and then going to work the next day, particularly in an industrial setting, or being subject to a drug test by his employers. Now, just in case it wasn't absolutely made clear before, because I'm going to be talking about these three terms, I just wanted to define it very briefly. Decriminalization is the removal of a conduct or activity from the sphere of criminal law. So, meaning that the act no longer constitutes a criminal offense, it remains prohibited, but non-criminal sanctions may be applied, such as a fine, a suspension of a driving license, or just a warning, often without the establishment of a formal police record. And with regard to drugs, it's usually used to refer to acts relating to drug demand, such as acquisition, possession, and consumption. And this is taken from the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission of the OAS in 2015. Legalization is removal of the prohibition altogether. So it removes the prohibition over previously illicit non-medical trade or consumption of psychoactive substances. It does not necessarily imply the removal of all controls over such activity, For example, there might be restrictions on sale to minors. And this is taken from the US document 2000. And the medical model of addiction is an understanding of addiction, the understanding of addiction as a substance use disorder. So decriminalization and the World Drug Problem, according to the World Drug Report, in the 2018 drug report, it was estimated that in 2016, and one of the previous presenters gave a more dated report done, but it gives the same kind of trend. So even though the date didn't even matter, because it estimates that in worldwide, they've used drugs at least once. 1 in 9 persons who use drugs, that's 11%, suffer from drug use disorders, meaning that their drug use is harmful to the point where they may experience drug dependence or require treatment. However, drug treatment and health services continue to fall short, as just 1 in 6 persons suffering from drug use disorders are receiving treatment. So cannabis remains by far the most widely consumed illicit substance worldwide. And in 2016, with 192.2 million past year users, and its use continues to increase in North America and in many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So in NADAP sits, we recognize the importance of utilizing the medical model of addiction and echoes the commitments that we would have made at the August of 2016, that persons with substance use disorders ought not to be criminalized, but offered every opportunity for treatment. So as indicated by Professor Ballantyne a short time ago, the decriminalization in our local legal context is really a matter of social justice and public health. But here's the thing. The thing is that what we see here in this slide is that you have prohibition on one side, we have legalization on the other side, and in between there's decriminalization. And what many professionals in our field would have anticipated would have been that the possession or simple possession of cannabis would have remained an offense, but not an offense that would result in a custodial sentence. But in fact, one of our responsibilities in demand reduction is to undertake drug use prevention programs and activities aimed at preventing vulnerable persons from engaging in drug use, and to treat and rehabilitate such persons with substance use disorders. But look at these pictures though. So simple possession has been decriminalized, and this provides the best opportunity to treat substance use as a public health issue and an issue for well-being rather than relegated to an already overburdened criminal justice system. And furthermore, this approach is consistent with restorative justice as opposed to retributive justice approach, which our local prison service is transitioning towards. The picture on your bottom left is the picture that His Grace was talking about earlier, and I believe several other participants, panelists, and persons presenting would have indicated. The picture on the left is what 30 grams looks like. And the picture on the right is what can potentially look, on the upper right hand corner, is what 4 trees can potentially look like. So this is what the changes to our legislation. This is an image of it, in its very basic sense. A person who has in his possession not more than 30 grams, the bottom right picture, of cannabis, or 5 grams of cannabis resin will not be fined or charged. So in effect, what we have is a quasi-legalization as opposed to what many professionals would have anticipated with what decriminalization is really defined as. And your 4 cannabis plants allowed to be grown residentially, male or female. So this is the part of the presentation where we go into what are the concerns for NADAP as an organization responsible for demand reduction and the concerns of many of our stakeholders. We've been discussing this in meetings since December. And I would like to indicate here that Ms. Randy did not say it in my bio, but I returned as the lead of this organization in November, just 1 month before the decriminalization of cannabis. So I've had a very short time to bring all of this together, make sense of it, go over the legislation, understand the implications of what it means for us as a demand reduction agency, and what will be required of us going forward. So at the center, at the heart of what we're dealing with is the issue of decriminalization. And the first issue that my officers and I would have dealt with, and they're all present here today, is the issue of perception of harm and the challenge that that is going to present in our program delivery. Decriminalization has or may increase. I'm saying has or may, because some of us who practice in the field are encountering that it has increased the likelihood of low perception of risk or harm associated with marijuana use. And younger persons are less likely to disapprove of regular marijuana use. And this was found in a study called by Meek et al. Of 2015. This research paper analyzed decriminalization as a risk factor for future increases in youth marijuana acceptance and use. In 2012 and afterwards, 12th graders from California, when compared to their peers in other states, were 25% more likely to have used marijuana in the past 30 days and 20% less likely to perceive regular marijuana use as a great health risk, and 20% less likely to strongly disapprove of regular marijuana use, and 60% more likely to expect to be using marijuana 5 years in the future. Overall, the results showed empirical evidence to support concerns that decriminalization may be a risk factor for future increases in youth marijuana use and acceptance. Access. New arrangements may present a risk of increase in the probability of marijuana use among existing users and new users, and that was found in a study by Wen et al. Of 2015. In exploring cross-sectional data between the years 2004 to 2012, the study noted that there were increases in the probability of current marijuana use and an increase in marijuana initiation among those aged 12 to 20. The potential for an increase in adverse episodes, increase in the proportion of emergency room drug episodes due to marijuana use by model 1993, the analysis showed that decriminalization was accompanied by a significant reduction in episodes involving drugs other than marijuana and an increase in the drugs involved in marijuana. So, of course, access, perception of harm, and mental health issues are the immediate inner concerns of NADAP and by extension, the Ministry of Health. And of course, where the public are going to see some of these manifested would be problems in the workplace. I'll pause there for a little bit. We've already been asked to address, just before lockdown, to appear at many workplace interventions because many employers, including the Employee Consultative Association, many employers were very much concerned over the impact of decriminalization on their workforce. And if persons would manifest adverse effects in the workplace, how it will impact on productivity, how it will impact on workplace accidents, and particularly how it will impact on their ability as an employer to drug test and what would be required of them to have any kind of sanction or action as a result of positive drug tests in the workplace. the presentations before would have gone into a lot of what happens in the brain of a young person, as well as the impact on parenting. So there will be problems, social problems that will become evident in the home and in the community, as well as at school. And very often, the substantive that we conduct here at the NADAP Secretariat would be school-based interventions. And that certainly has increased over the years, and we anticipate that it is going to increase going forward. So the way forward is that these are the 3 activities that we anticipate that we are going to engage in proactive activity over the next few months, even in the context of lockdown. Public education campaigns, both at the macro level as well as at the institutional level, and programming. There are various programs that have already been formulated that is awaiting rollout. And we've spent the last couple months during lockdown as the office was closed to develop these programs. So we anticipate that they will be ready to be rolled out before the end of the year. Particularly here with stakeholder sensitization, as well as other programs here, we're going to be offering strategic key stakeholder sensitization. So this event today, presenting to a faith-based organization, is a key example, or a very good example of one of those activities that we expect to be doing going forward. So we're going to be targeting FBOs, CBOs, and employee and labor organizations. And of course, the Ministry of Education. And here will be a good place to indicate that even before the lockdown period and COVID-19, we would have presented 2 educational districts thus far, the Port of Spain and environs, as well as the Caroni district, presentations and small workshops on substance abuse prevention for guidance officers for those educational districts, and we anticipate that we would continue those for all the other educational districts. Capacity building for increased engagement with treatment facilities. A lot of work has been happening in the background with respect to engaging with the treatment facilities with respect to standards of care, because we anticipate with how we in Trinidad, how we like to overdo. We overdo with carnival, we overdo with alcohol, we overdo with everything else. We anticipate that with increased access to increased amounts of cannabis, that there will be some persons who may want to overdo, and therefore we run the risk, as I indicated earlier, of increased episodes. So our treatment facilities is an area that we currently focus on in terms of capacity building. And of course, our prevention activities for the community, the workplace, and for schools will be focusing, or very heavily focused on mitigating the risk factors associated with substance use and helping our stakeholders to build the protective factors, such as, among our children, as it relates to young people, creating an environment where their self-esteem is not one where they are likely to go towards drug use, or where they are performing at a very good level at school, or on the sporting field, or on the stage in terms of arts and drama and so on. And all of these are protective factors that sometimes we don't always think about. But if you think about it from a parenting perspective, or from a community-based perspective, or from a faith-based perspective, the more you build up your community in a positive way, the less likely it is, and research has shown this, the less likely it is persons will be gravitating towards substance use. And that is where the prevention activity from NADA is going to be focused together with our partners in this field. So at this point, I would like to thank you very much for, for giving me the opportunity to present. I of course, I think I'm wrapping up. No, I'm not wrapping up this segment, but I await all the other presenters, and it's a pleasure being here, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Thompson. Thompson Hollingsworth. I shouldn't just call you Lyra, give you your full title. Thank you. So we're moving because we're running a bit late. I'll introduce Mr. Marcus Ramkisoon, who is a research scientist. He's a registered cannabis consultant and cannabis policy advisor too, and has been responsible for the writing of the primary and subsidiary medicinal cannabis legislation for the governments of Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Trinidad and Tobago. His theme today is the origins and progression of cannabis regulatory framework in the Caribbean. Mr. Ramkisoon.
Yes. Let me just make sure I can share my screen. Are you all hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. I'm trying to share my screen here. Where is it? Okay, I'm having a little trouble sharing my screen. Let me just check one more thing. Okay, I do apologize. I have a little trouble sharing my screen. The PowerPoint presentation is not popping up for some reason. So I'll try.
Okay, I just got a note, Marcus, sorry, you didn't draft our statute, so I have to make sure I get it right, because just got a note.
I don't draft. Drafting is a legal
separate.
Separate.
Yeah.
That's actually you have to have a master's of laws in drafting to draft.
Right.
What I do is I write the policy and then I work with the legislative drafters.
Okay.
In the legislative format, of course, right?
Thanks.
Okay, so if you all forgive me, I will have to. Are you all still hearing me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. So I can't see you at this point, but I will have to go through my presentation without sharing the PowerPoint at this point, and we'll have to get it to everyone after. I do apologize. Okay, so my topic is entitled, now I have 20 minutes. I've started my timer. I know everyone's been quite on time. It's a lot to discuss. It's been some excellent presentations so far for the day. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to go through my presentation very, very quickly. I'm not speaking abroad, so therefore everyone's Trinidadians. You should be able to understand me speaking quickly. I want to be able to try to reserve 5 minutes at the end, if I can, to comment on some of the other presentations, some misconceptions, some misinformation, and just make sure everything is clear, if you will. So my topic today is entitled Cannabis in the Caribbean, the Medical and Regulatory Perspectives. My intention is to properly introduce you to the real world aspects of medicinal cannabis and to demonstrate the international regulatory obligations and regional domestic regulatory framework. To achieve this, I will take you on a quick journey through the various aspects of medicinal cannabis. Then I'll explain to the international drug treaty obligations and give an overview of the cannabis laws and conclude by suggesting points towards proper policy. My biography was next. I'm considered a certified cannabis expert, and a lot of people ask what that is. The reason for this is, after I've got my bachelor's degree in life and research sciences, I went on to study various types of cannabis sciences, and I now possess 74 certifications in cannabis. I think about 65 of them are accredited by well-known accreditation institutions. I direct CanCure Labs, the Caribbean Cannabis Institute, which is a non-profit educational institute, Cannagreen Consultancy, which I consult from, and a genetics company, which is based abroad. As correctly said, I have been the advisor consultant to the governments of Antigua and Barbuda and Kitts and Nevis and Trinidad and Tobago, responsible for writing, not drafting, writing the cannabis policy to be drafted into legal format and enacted into law. On that note, I must say, as an advisor to the government, everything that I advise, they don't take, right? I advise and they take some of it. And just to give an example to the public that's listening, as an educated advisor, I would have never advised for male plants, knowing full well that male plants are not used for anything really in the industry outside of breeding. So not everything I advise the government would have taken. When I go forward in this presentation, you'll hear me describe my proposed bill and my proposed regulations as opposed to the current proposed bill and the current proposed regulations, and I'll explain why later on. So we start off now with the endocannabinoid system. We did hear Bongo Grease ask earlier, you know, that we've heard a lot of medical aspects of cannabis and harmful effects, and no one's discussed the endocannabinoid system. So we'll go into it very briefly. Some of the things that you must know about the endocannabinoid system is that it is a major homeostatic or regulatory system that was discovered in 1992 or identified in 1992. So because of this, it's still not a 99% of medical curriculums, meaning medical students who study medicine, all the doctors included we have today, have never really studied medicinal cannabis in the form of the endocannabinoid system, receptors and all this at the school level. After they become physicians, definitely. It involves receptors, and you've heard about receptors and cannabinoids. I'm not going to go back into that stuff. It's basically a major internal homeostatic system and regulatory system that influences multiple physiological processes, including but not limited to the modulation of pain, seizure threshold, appetite, digestion, mood, sleep, memory, and other processes. It also plays a role in the regulation of the immune system, tumor surveillance, fertility, bone physiology, and the HPA or the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and intraocular pressure. One of the things I want to state here is that memory, we've heard a lot about memory and it's not good for your memory, but really how it works with memory is that it helps you forget. And this is why in syndromes like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or post-traumatic stress as it's called now, patients use this to forget those traumatic events which cause them issues in their present day. The ECS receptors, there's a number of receptors in the brain. There's cannabinoid 1, 2, and a number of them. I won't talk much about that. I can tell you that among G-coupled protein receptors, which are already the largest group of cell membrane receptors in the mammalian body, the cannabinoid receptor type 1, CB1, is supposed to be the most abundant in the mammalian brain. That alone can show you just how much effects cannabis or the endocannabinoid or the system has in a body. Within the body, it's actually your CB1 receptors and CB2 receptors are actually distributed almost everywhere. Again, I apologize, I don't have the slides up, but you will see it after. It's literally almost everywhere in your body, and it's distributed to very high amounts in different parts and lower amounts in different parts. It's essential for balance, recovery, and repair. This actually causes neurogeneration, which when I was in pre-med level, when I was studying pre-med, I learned that you could not regenerate neurons. And now most med students understand that yes, you can. And through studies, we understand that cannabis and use of cannabis actually helps towards neuron generation, including neuroprotection and all these other facets. Some of the therapeutic effects can be an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, and a number of them that you've heard already. One of the things I want to point out, though, is that THC is just as therapeutic as CBD, and Professor Belle Antoine pointed that out when she spoke a little while ago. Cannabis composition. Now, we've heard from Dr. Descartes. No, sorry, I don't know how to say who is who. I think I can't remember. Someone said that there were 486 chemicals in the plant. I want to point out that out of those 486 chemicals, there are 100 terpenes, which are smell and flavor molecules, which exist in a ton of other plants, from pepper to mangoes to everything else that, you know, lemons. There are 70 known cannabinoids, of which there are a number of isomers. With the isomers, they form about 70 known cannabinoids, and then they're phenolic compounds. Realistically, a mango and any other fruiting or vegetation plant has hundreds of chemicals. We are led to believe that when we hear cannabis has 400 chemicals, that a ton of these are dangerous, but that is absolutely not true. The rest of the chemicals, besides the cannabinoid-specific chemicals or cannabis-specific chemicals, are simply plant fats, plant esters, and a number of other chemicals that exist in all plants. Terpenes, as we said, is about 100 of them, and there's also a wide range of pharmacological activities from terpenes, which you can easily Google and find pharmacological or therapeutic benefits of terpenes. Of the phenolic compounds, I just want to point out in particular that canaflavin A and B, which are specific to the cannabis plant, are being used now by Dr. Henry Lowe out of Jamaica, who is now at second phase clinical trials, human clinical trials, to be able to use these canaflavins to treat towards curing two different types of cancer, pancreatic and prostate. And therefore, we can see therefore that there's high medicinal benefit to some of the compounds existing. As Dr. Neil Singh said, the medicinal way is truly to extract compounds. More likely, it's not even from plants. You synthesize it in a lab after, as most of the doctors here will tell you, right? And then you make your medicine out of it. Contraindications to use, which is a very, 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 very important thing, as we've all been discussing here. And I have some points that no one else has made, I think. We've already discussed THC use and schizophrenia, and also the risk of cannabis-induced psychosis, which is entirely different from schizophrenia. And yes, as much as I, as a user, don't like to admit it, professionally and unbiasedly, I have to. Cannabis use and stronger THC grades of cannabis use and certain individuals can cause psychosis different from schizophrenia, but presenting the same symptoms of schizophrenia. Dr. Ian, I don't want to pronounce his last name wrong, presented an excellent presentation on that aspect. Cytochrome P450 group of enzymes are a group of enzymes in your liver that work on about 75% of the pharmaceuticals that we take in today. 75% of the medications you can buy at a pharmacy, it has some work. I don't want to use the wrong terminology in terms of the enzymatic approach to things, because it can be different approaches, but it can work with about 75% of pharmaceuticals. They also work with CBD, THC, and all the cannabinoids. What we found is certain medications, if you're on warfarin or heparin, which are very strong blood thinners, and for the most part, a lot of people who are on those medications need those medications to work in their body. And if you're on THC or CBD and of certain amounts, that you can, and for the layman's terms, basically for those in the public, you can take away the effect from the medication, if you will. And you'll end up having a higher blood concentration of the medication, but it's not working in your body really. So for those people who need it to work, that's not happening with CBD use. Now, this is why I've always recommended and have recommended even through my proposed bill and my proposed regulations and amendments to the DDA Dangerous Drug Act, that we look at it from an entirely medical perspective. My advice was that we look at personal possession in a medical perspective, meaning at least we legislate it to be medical, as much as that would not have controlled the recreational or medical use of it. But the four plants, a lot of people have spoken about this plants today, and let me spend a minute on this. Personal cultivation of cannabis is against the international treaty guidelines. We are breaking with the international drug treaties by allowing personal cultivation. Personal possession and decriminalization is fine. But because this currently falls under the opium legislation in the international drug treaties, this is akin to saying that you can plant 4 opium plants, and that's never going to happen. So this is why they have such a big issue with it. The reason our government decided to go with it, I advise that we should have no personal cultivation to keep in line with the treaties. We already have trouble with other treaties and other things with FATF, Financial Action Task Force and these things. But it didn't go that way. When they said they needed a supply, so if you're going to legislate 30 grams, how are the people going to get it? Because you can't say, go and purchase cannabis that is illegal, right? Then you're encouraging trafficking. So they decided that they will allow 4 plants. Whether the 4 plants and the personal cultivation allowances will stay after the first dispensary is open and you can purchase is debatable. In the meantime, what I suggested, I drew the regulations, I have all the drafts for those who wish to see it. I suggested that if you're going to allow 4 plants, that you do like some of the states which said, put it in an enclosed space in the yard, put it under lock and key so that your children can't access it or your children's friends can't access it, those who come in the yard. If you have any children going to be in your house whatsoever, you have to make sure and store it under lock and key in a certain way. I would then have had the inspectors that will be developed under the Cannabis Control Bill inspect the property and give a permission. And I would have even gone further to put a camera on the property, which is what I suggested, that the government authority can then monitor so that you can make sure, the government can make sure that the person not taking this 4 plants, which can actually make a lot more than Dr. Thompson Hollings said just now, a lot more, right? And even Archbishop, in production terms, you're leaving a large loophole. I even suggested that if you're growing 4 plants, you have a 500 gram limit of dried cannabis in the home, because 30 grams, just for your knowledge, Archbishop, the cannabis plant is not meant to be harvested daily. When the plant grows and it's finished flowering and it's done, you cut the entire plant and harvest it. You don't harvest piece of the plant at a time. It's simply not how the plant works. And this is why it presents a problem for users, because plants can make between 5 grams and 1,200 grams, maybe in fact 6,000 grams up in people. So it's an issue for users in that regard. The advice is plant what you know you're supposed to reap, but let's see how it goes. And none of that advice was taken, just to let you know. Operating, and back to my slides that you can't see, operating under the influence of cannabis is a problem. Obviously, I've heard a lot of talk about HR. In my proposed regulations, we've dealt with the HR perspectives. We've dealt with how if you have on your regulations, your company employment contract and all that stuff already, that no dangerous drugs are allowed. Cannabis is still a dangerous drug. And if you don't, then you have to modify your contracts. And what I've suggested, and I'm sorry Commissioner Griffith isn't here anymore, what I've suggested, and I don't think it's gotten past the AG's office, they're stuck on this device called a drug analyzer, which has a ton of false positives and false negatives, meaning to the public it gives false results, and therefore can be fought in court and therefore deemed of non-essence. There's now an impairment specific device out of Canada for my friend in the hope to be friend in the in NADAP. It's called the Guard X impairment detection device. Guard X the impairment detection device. And it deals with impairment of any drug. If you're driving on the road, you come to work, anything like that, you have a safety position, you look through this visor, it does 50 eye tests in a minute, it tells if you're impaired. Now, it does not tell which drug you're impaired on, so you have to follow with chemical screening, but it does pure impairment and there's no false positives, right? That's another discussion for another time. And then non-medical, non-adult use is a contraindication for a number of reasons. And minors, well, we've discussed everything with minors and developmental abnormalities already, so I don't think I need to cover that anymore. Methods of delivery, I just want to touch on, there's a number of methods, Dr. Neil Singh touched on them, but I want to say that smoking and or vaporization, of course, smoking of anything is harmful because of the chemicals that comes with smoke, a number of them. Vaporization cleans that up a lot, yes. And vaporization, which is inhalation of a vapor of cannabis, whether it be from the flower or from the extract, is a therapeutic form of using cannabis and is used to treat a number of ailments like Parkinson's. And as we said already, THC is very therapeutic, especially in Parkinson's. CBD does nothing for it. THC is what stops the tremors in Parkinson's. CBD works for the epilepsy tremors, different brain system. Right, is cannabis today more potent than ever before? I see I'm at 15 minutes already. Is cannabis today more potent than ever before? I'll have to read what's on my slide. In this decade, the Surgeon General, Dr. Jerome Adams of the US, I don't know if he's present or just passed, said this ain't your mother's marijuana, meaning that it's far more potent than in days past. He actually said that it was 3 times stronger than 1990s, right? So this was in the 2000s, they said it was 3 times stronger than the 90s. In the 90s, 95, drug czar Lee Brown told the media that it was 40 times more potent than 10 years before, which would have been the 80s. In the 80s, the government of the US National Institute of Drug Abuse said it was 7 times as strong as it was 11 years before, right? And then which would have been around the 60s, 70s. In the 60s, they said the grass that the kids are buying in schoolyard parking lots for $10 a lid is not what it used to be. It's 15 to 20 times stronger than the vintage 60s stuff. And then you have in the 1930s, they claim that it was so dangerous in the 30s that you could go crazy from having a few puffs. If you multiply those numbers, 3 by 40 by 7 by 15, you get 12,600. Are we saying that a joint now is 12,600 times stronger than a joint in the 1930s? And if in 1930s, it could get you crazy with a few puffs, then what's happening now? So that is not true. This idea of cannabis has been getting stronger is not true. As a breeder of cannabis outside of Trinidad where it's legal and having a genetics company, an award-winning genetics company, if we want to increase potency in a strain, so we want to make a strain or variety of cannabis that has more THC in it, we use the old landrace strains, meaning 1,000-year-old strains from Afghanistan and those areas, because those already carry 25% THC content. And those were untouched landrace collected strains. So the idea that the THC has been going up is incredibly wrong. What has been happening is if you cultivate cannabis well, you get a higher THC, even if it's the same genetic. And long ago, you had much more terrible growers, and these days you have better growers because of changing laws. So you find better quality cannabis more. But I guarantee you, 1,000 years ago, we had the same levels of THC as we have now. All right, that's one very important thing to note. Addiction, all I can say about addiction, because I've had this conversation with 3 doctors over the course of the last 24 hours, no one's able to tell me about a substance that you can say, here, if you take this once, you're definitely going to become addicted to it. Because of course it's all subjective, right? And in my humble opinion from the research that I've done, many users and recovering addicts state that that drugs itself are responsible for the addiction. I am of the opinion that the mindset of the individual, the personality, the drive of the individual makes for an addict and not the substance. The Holy Bible, since we're in a Catholic forum here, the Holy Bible says that if you get slapped on one cheek, turn the other, which is Matthew 5 verses 38 to 39. Ye have heard that it had been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that ye resist not evil, but whoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. So if you get slapped by somebody and you decide to get vexed and violent because of it, it's not because of the slap, you know, it's because of your mindset and what you choose to do, because you have free choice at every moment in your life. Okay, so my personal opinion, again, this is not factual because there are tons of studies on it, is that it's the person's mindset. In terms of the gateway, Professor Bell-Antoine said that it's disproven. There's tons of studies that disprove it and tons of studies that prove it. So there's still no real opinion out in it. And yes, if you have to look at it from a gateway perspective, tobacco and alcohol are definitely the starting ones in that sense. Cannabis use and risky behavior. I know Dr. Descartes talked about this. I have a whole list of studies here. And again, I hope Dr. Descartes gets to see what I've done. So she'd see these studies that I've quoted. But all, or at least 99% of the studies that associate cannabis use with risky behavior, whether it be the sexual behavior that was spoken about, whether it be violent or aggressive behavior, anything like that, are associative studies. It means you went to a population and said, okay, you have risky sexual behavior. I won't want to go into crude details of such. You have risky sexual behavior. Yes. Do you use cannabis, or did you use cannabis before your sexual? Yes. Okay, well, the cannabis causes sex. No, it is an association, because people who already are in delinquent behavior, probably because of tobacco use and alcohol use at an early age, continue into delinquent, well, a percentage of them continue into delinquent behavior. And that delinquent behavior is what is responsible for all these things, not the use of cannabis. When you add tobacco and alcohol to the mix, you will see that with a study I've quoted here, basically I'll tell you quickly because time is running out. All 3 substances, tobacco, alcohol, and cannabis, show the similar patterns for covariate development of risky sexual behavior. So if you add the tobacco and the alcohol, you see that it's additive into it. Cannabis and aggression, no use has been proven. The cannabis use disorder that has been spoken about from the DSM-5. I know I'm going a minute over. Please grant me 3 minutes more. The cannabis use disorder, if you have 2 out of the 12 things on the cannabis use disorder thing, one of which is the urge to use and one of which is tolerance, which all frequent users have, then you're deemed to have cannabis use disorder. By and large, all frequent users are now termed to have cannabis use disorder, and the US had originally in DSM-4 said 15% of the population were users. Now it's gone up to 30 with DSM-5. So that shows how the change affected it. I've talked about the international drug treaties, won't go into it again. Medical and scientific use only. We're not allowed to do recreational really. So that's why you'll never see the word recreational into it. We've discussed why we made the decriminalization of social justice and not medical. Quickly into the laws. All I want to tell you about the laws, because you can easily look up what country did what. Most of the 6 countries, Jamaica, St. Vincent, Antigua, St. Kitts, Barbados, Trinidad, have all done similar things. Some countries are a little bit different. One of the important facts I need to get across to you is that as a regulator in those countries, what has happened to me is that I have seen 2 specific companies from abroad try to monopolize the industry in a number of these countries, and we've blocked them in a number of ways. And in one of these countries, more recently, they seem to have gotten through, because my proposed bill and regulations was taken by someone there in the parliament and redone, not improved, not left alone, but redone to help that certain company gain a monopoly in that country. And the next slide that I have that I need to let you know is what a government-assisted cannabis monopoly looks like in the Caribbean. Quickly tell you, it looks like a phased rollout approach, and that will be to limit the total number of cannabis business licenses issued in the first year to 3 years down to 1 to 5 licenses. There can be a limit on the import licenses, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but I'm just letting you know, to less than a dozen. Government can also seek to control the seeds or clones and say anyone who is licensed needs to buy the seeds or clones from the government. Someone needs to ask the question, who is supplying the seeds and clones to the government? Dispensing forms of cannabis that can be smoked at a pharmacy as opposed to a specific medical cannabis dispensary, which really means a larger market for these foreign suppliers and their local partners here, because it have 500 pharmacies for every 100 cannabis dispensaries you'll put out in this country especially, right? Those are the things we need to look up, and especially a lack of legislation detailing anti-monopolization clauses, social equity program clauses, and excessive concentration clauses, which are all in my proposed bill and my proposed regulation. Right. Good. Tell me, can
yes,
you give
Mr. Ramkisur, we're running very late, and I want to give the two personal testimony an opportunity to.
All right,
okay.
So let me just go right down to my last slide then, if you don't mind, and just take one more minute at a time and just close off. The need for proper policy is integral. Don't make the same mistakes. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. All the research, there's a lot of research done. We don't have to do over that research. We do further research. Policy must seek to keep in line with the international guidelines, bring substantial revenue to a country, dismantle the illicit market, meet international set standards, and as with any policy decision, benefit the majority and not the few. And I had some other points to make, but yes, I ran out of time, so maybe I'll get a chance to the question.
But you can send your slides. Thank you.
Yes,
send your slides.
I'm gonna send it now. Okay, guys, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Can I introduce Mr. Errol Fabian? As we all know, he's a television and radio presenter. Over the past 25 years, he's been involved in many aspects of the performing arts. He's an actor, presenter, writer, producer, MC, comedian, director for stage, radio, and television. He's really versatile. In 2004, he started the Trinidad and Tobago's first community television station, Dial the Channel. Today, he's the co-founder, chairman, and CEO of this innovative television initiative. His theme, Errol's theme, would be a personal testimony, because over the past 32 years or so, he's a recovering drug addict, and he talks to youths and other recovering addicts across Trinidad and Tobago on a regular basis about his experiences while he was an active drug addict. Errol, welcome. Are you there?
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Leela. It's good to be here. Thanks, everybody. What a conversation. What an amazing conversation. Yes. And I just really want to recognize all of the speakers who have spoken before, starting with His Grace and coming all the way to my good buddy Marcus, who just had a very passionate contribution. And I have to recognize that all of the contributions, though some of them steeped or mired in academia, have been absolutely passionate contributions. And the name of my small talk is Feeling the Feelings. And there have been so many feelings expressed here. And I say feeling the feelings because we are emotional beings. Our emotions are chemical reactions, and we're talking about manipulating ourselves chemically when we use any drug, any mood or mind altering substances. We talk about chemical reactions happening within ourselves. From very small, when I was quite young, I saw an adult smoke cigarette, and I tell myself, I have to do that. I tell myself it will feel amazing, and it did. But I didn't, albeit gazette paper was what I smoked first, but I felt the feeling like a big man. And soon enough, gazette paper was not enough. And so I wanted tobacco.
And that felt great too, but I felt like I wanted more. And soon enough, I had marijuana, and that felt great too, but I felt like I wanted more. I'm what they call a polyaddict. I'm not sure what that means, but according to the definition, I have no particular drug of choice. I would use anything to get high, including an elevator. So I am a real polyaddict. And I want to talk about my time with marijuana specifically, and my experience with marijuana. Now, I want to make a differentiation between use and abuse, because I see nothing wrong with use of anything, whether it's prescribed or it's experimental. But use often, or in some cases I should say, use leads to abuse. And abuse is a real problem, no matter what the substance or what the situation is. Abuse is a serious, serious problem. And I started as a user, you know, as we say now, this term recreational use. And I continued using intermittently. But the thing is, I used almost every day, but I was a casual user. From the first time I used, I started using almost every day. And I was like 14 years old when I first used. And it was the in thing. It was part of me feeling like I was big. It was part of me feeling like I was part of the crowd. All these feelings I was wrestling with at that age in my life. But marijuana, though, always told me I was okay. I was feeling high, but I felt I was okay because I was mellow. You know, when I used cocaine, I always knew I was not okay. When I used alcohol in heavy quantities, I always knew I was not okay. My body would react. I would want to vomit. I would think twice before getting onto, I used to ride a motorcycle at the time. When I had heavy alcohol use, I would think 10 times about jumping onto the motorcycle. But I will smoke as much ganja as I want. I would jump on it and go, because ganja always made me feel like I was okay. And the thing is, I would wake up with a stale, drunk head in the morning after alcohol, and I might drink a beer or whatever it is, and I'll feel okay and I'll be good to go again. But after I used cocaine, within an hour or so, it was gone. I had no residual feelings. Marijuana, a day later, a day and a half later, sometimes 2 days later, I still getting like a little trickle, and I getting a feeling like when I was actually using the marijuana. So marijuana was something that, but I loved very much. I loved how I felt. You see that mellow vibes, that thing like
Nathan, is there a problem?
It's probably his connection. He seems to be on a mobile device, so it could be his.
Errol, we're having a problem. Can you hear me?
Words mattered. That's my experience with it. And I look around at the time, and I realized for me, when I was a teenager, something, marijuana rubbed me up some. Have you lost me? I'm here.
We got you now.
I'm here. Yeah. Right, okay, yeah. Great. So I'm saying that marijuana rubbed me of something as a young man, something called ambition. And when I look around to the young men who end up on blocks and have been there for a decade and a half, 2 decades, I realized too that they too have been robbed of this thing called ambition. Because marijuana told me all the time that everything is okay, while other drugs told me something was wrong. Marijuana always gave me a sense that I am okay, when in fact I was not. And with regard to risky behavior, I can tell you without fear of contradiction in my own personal case, that I indulge in risky behavior as a result of marijuana use, directly connected with marijuana use. Like I said, if I drank a lot, I would think 10 times before I jump on a motorcycle to go, because I was a bike man. But when I smoke marijuana, no matter how much quantities, I would jump on a bike. When I smoke cocaine, I would not think about operating a vehicle at all because of the high. Marijuana gave me the reassurance. And today, I'm on a mobile device and making this contribution because I'm on the road. I'm running from the Ministry of the Registrar's Office, Legal Affairs, to the hospital, and now off to a police station, because I'm trying to get all of the death documents and death through gun violence 2 days ago on a marijuana block. A young man who I know personally to be so progressive and so peaceful, but when marijuana becomes involved, risk-taking comes into the picture. And this young man has been murdered. We're trying to cremate him on Monday. And I don't know him involved. I mean, you could get 100 people who know him to come and talk about him. He has never been involved in any kind of behavior like this, risky behavior, except if and when marijuana was present. And I want to talk to us as a society and to look at the history of legislation of controlled substances. And I want to look at alcohol in particular. And I know I only have a minute left, but it's a template. It was prohibited. We went ahead and legislated its use for economic reasons and other reasons. And we have a major alcohol problem in our country as in all other countries today, with accidental death, road fatalities, spousal abuse, domestic accidents, domestic abuse, all these things, alcohol is present. I'm very concerned that our legislation betrayed the research in the articulation of the decriminalization of marijuana in Trinidad and Tobago. What I'm hearing from the research, this act that we have has betrayed it. And I am for decriminalization, don't get me wrong. I'm all for decriminalization. But this legislation of recreational use has me very scared, especially since it's silent on drug use in the home when there are minors in that same home, because it is a very pervasive substance, and whether we intend to or not, people in our proximity are using the drug with us. I am recognizing I'm out of time, and so I'm going to stop, and that's my contribution. I did carry some of this live on Gael earlier, and Lila would like to get the recording of it to play it for more people to get into the discussion. Excellent. It has to be a discussion. We need to hear more from Marcus. We need to hear from so many people before we run and continue.
Yes.
Legislation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Errol, and I'm praying for Marcia's son. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, so Errol, I will send you the link after. I know we're running out of time. Can I introduce Mr. X? Trisha, is Mr. X here with us? Trisha?
Yes, Leela, he's on.
All right. Is he on? Okay, welcome, Mr. X. You can go ahead. Are you there? Can you, Trisha, is he muted, or can you tell him to unmute?
Well, I saw him as a co-host, so I saw him.
Oh. Are you there, Mr. X? Can you unmute? Can someone
He's not muted. He's not muted.
All right. Hello? Are you there? Simone, can you check?
He's not muted. He's not muted. I'm looking at him. He's not muted. And I'm seeing like he's attempting to speak. So I don't know if his volume is off or what.
Oh, we can't hear you. Can you turn your volume on, please? Okay. Okay, in the meantime, while we're trying to fix it, or should we wait a minute or so? Hello?
He should be, yeah, his mic is not muted, so let's see if he can come in.
Trisha, can you ring him? I don't have his number.
Yes, I'm trying to get him now.
Because if he doesn't want to contribute, that's fine too, you know. While we're waiting, can you all think of your questions and comments? This is the final segment. So if you could think of any comments you have overall and questions to anyone. And as Errol said, the conversation must continue. And I'm happy that he has been showing parts of it on Gael. Simone, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Simone Delzin, yeah. No, Simone Delzin, yes. You'd like to speak? Yes, Mrs. Delzin. We can't hear you.
Oh. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you. Yes.
Okay. Yes, my comment was to Mr. Ramkasoon, and it was echoed also. It was commented on by Errol Fabian as well. I want to bring out this aspect of free will that you touched on, making reference to scripture, and because I've heard this argument made a lot that at the end of the day, these risky characteristics can be attributed to the individual and all of these other personality traits and capacities and so on. The drug simply exacerbates those things, and so we can't attribute causality to the drug. I think sometimes there's a misinterpretation of that when in our understanding of the human person, because we don't perfectly access and use our freedom, and the things that we do alter our ability to use our free will. So that is the precisely the reason people use drugs, is so that they don't have to use their own freedom. They don't have to exercise their free will, right? And that is what people enjoy about using drugs. So under the influence of cannabis, do we truly have 100% use of our freedom? The whole idea is we're being compelled to do something, and therefore it makes it easier to do wrong things that we would have considered wrong if we're not under the influence of drugs. So yes, there always is the element of freedom, you know, but we can't pretend that we are perfectly free and perfectly agents in every situation. It's the same reason you would say, okay, well, if a man walks into you know, a prostitute bar or something, you know, and he's saying, well, I'm gonna do all these things, but you know, it's up to me ultimately if I want to cheat on my wife or not. Don't worry, you know, I'll have all these naked women in front of me, but I'm not gonna cheat on my wife, you know. And it's sort of like leading yourself to the precipice and making it as hard as possible for you not to do the thing that you don't want to do. And yeah, or making it as hard as possible for yourself to make the right decision, and then saying, oh, well, you can't blame it on all of those external factors. Blame the individual. He's the one that has a weakness of will, you know? And so I just think that there's a lack of recognition of the plasticity of humans and taking that social responsibility, that it's not simply about attributing blame to the individual and taking no responsibility for the things that affect that individual's use of their will and of their freedom. So I just wanted to bring that out. And as Errol Fabian would have said, this young man on the block who would have died, okay, there's something about under the use of marijuana, he used his freedom in a different way, you know, so that, you know, we have to say something about that as well. So I just wanted to make that comment on this issue of free will. And
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes. Hello. Oh, okay. Is that Mr. X?
Mr. X is here.
Excellent. Right. So we'll hand over to you, and Mrs. Delson. Thanks for that. Afterwards, somebody like Marcus can respond. Yes. Thank you, Mr. X.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. So I'd like to say I'm 28 years old, and I have been using marijuana on and off for 13 years of my life. So I started at the age of 15. Everyone hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks.
Yes.
So I started my use, the beginning of my marijuana journey was in my secondary school, Fatima College to be exact. And I started off basically with the peer pressure of friends. At that time of my life, I think I was at the starting stages of puberty, along with trying to discover myself, along with other things like my own personal problems, home, with family, rebellion, etc. And at this stage, I was looking for the next new thing. What is the new thing among my friends? And I must say that this new thing was marijuana among us. At Form 3, I started to use. It started off once a week. Then it became more than twice, 3 times a week. And then after, my modus operandi was marijuana every day. While doing this, I started to realize that I had a problem with the everyday use. And the problem with the everyday use is that I don't know at that time if it was sativa or indica I was smoking, but I was getting the sativa feel. Very lazy. I think it's that. And Marcus, you could help me out after. But I don't know if it's sativa or indica, but I think it is the indica was giving it the couch feel, the very lazy feeling, etc. And within time, when I reached about 18, I was exposed to some gang members. I was liming with them, and while liming with them, I see like an ounce of marijuana could finish in 2 hours amongst 5 fellas. And I realized like this was like a chain smoking. I can't live without the marijuana. I can't do without it. And I started to enter that lifestyle also. I started to realize that my behavior was confounded by all these actions that were happening around me, and I started to dwell deeper and deeper into the marijuana use. While dwelling deeper in the marijuana use, I was getting exposed to other drugs. And what really happened to me is at that age, one spliff, one roll-on, one joint a day wasn't satisfying my craving for marijuana. And I started to use more and more to look for more head. AKA head means looking to get higher. And while that, the exposure of the other drugs came in. So one was methamphetamine and LSD. And I used these two for a short period of time, but they weren't ready for me, so I left it. And I continued with the marijuana. At between age 18 to about 24, I started to have a problem. I started to look for that high continuously, and I used every way possible to see how I can reach this high, whether it be stealing from a family members, whether it be begging, whether it be doing something wrong for that smoke, for that ounce, for that quarter ounce of weed. And by this, I saw myself getting addicted to marijuana. I see that I couldn't do without it. Anytime I was becoming very irritant when I didn't have it for a while, people who talked to me, I would start to get angry quickly. And it's clearly shown that I had withdrawal symptoms from the marijuana. I would sleep in the night, I get these sweats. I say, but this thing is really taking over my life. I called out for help from my family, and they directed me to New Life Ministries up on the mount. I would like to pick up Brother Paula this time, who counseled me through my addiction in terms of it. And as Mr. Ramkisoon said, it was a mindset. At the end of the day, you could use coffee, but you could also get addicted to coffee. And it was a mindset by me that I needed to have this thing every day. And the gentleman a couple months, and he did find myself without having problems, without having to have the use of a drug. And with this, I must say the counseling did help. However, I relapsed, but the counseling did help, because at this stage, in my to my knowing, I am not addicted to marijuana, but I still use it. I could comfortably say I do lecturing at UE. Big up to all the doctors from UE here. I just want to say very good discussion, data analysis on your papers, the research you all have done. And I do some lecturing at UE, and I realized that marijuana could affect my ability to do what I have to do, especially in the field of academia. But also at the same time, certain types of marijuana, I don't know again whether it be sativa or indica, helps me to focus more. For example, I am a PhD candidate. I would go, and if I smoke a marijuana, it would give me motivation to finish part of my thesis. And I would actually be writing good stuff. That is one thing I must say come up positive. Today I'm 28. I honestly smoke marijuana between 3 times weekly, more when I'm not working and as a recreational activity. However, I must say there's an attachment from the past with the psychosis in terms of your brain starts to fluctuate along different feelings, different mental stuff. You start to think about a lot of things going on within your life. And with it, you see different situations happening around the world. Example, COVID-19 pandemic. And all these things have an effect or does affect your mental state in terms of you're having a constant battle with worrying of what is the next move. And that is, I must admit, I face today. I must say also, marijuana is not for everyone. And the new millennials, the millennials today, I should say, they are focusing on the edibles. I realize they're trying this new healthy thing in the 2000s. Everybody's on a healthy diet finish. And especially in Trinidad and Tobago, from the courses I teach, the students I see, the affiliates I am around, I always see that the new trend is edibles. And for me, the edibles is a way much stronger dosage than actually smoking a joint, right? Because of the chemical reactions, etc. However, I must say that I thank you all for doing this this symposium. With all the people here, you all have added value and knowledge and information sharing to the public and people who are involved. And I must say, when you are going to use marijuana, sometimes you might not know what you're using it for, but please, in going to use it, have an idea of what you think the problem it is going to stop for you, besides the recreational use of it. I still struggle today, I must say, from with marijuana use, but I don't think, and this is just my opinion, I don't think I am addicted to it anymore, but I use it probably once, twice a week. I don't run or beg or steal or ask somebody for money to go and run down marijuana. It's not that issue again with me. And I could comfortably smoke a half sheet of marijuana per evening and satisfied for about 3 days with that. And I might wake up Saturday morning and do the same thing again. And that is just how I approach it now, trying to manage my life better, trying to understand from the counseling that I got what is my purpose in life and how to go about achieving it, right? Without drugs. Mind you, are still using it. But I think today I'm at a much better place in terms of managing my life, trying to focus on what's the most important things and trying to find happiness. Marijuana still gives you a little bit of it has some symptoms. One of the side effects, I must say, there is some depression according to the person, the history of the person, the situations that they come about through life. So everybody has to just be mindful. And when you're approaching to use something, what is your real purpose in life approaching this? That's basically all I want to say. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to talk about this situation and how we could better help our people in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider world move together in trying not to become addicted and trying to use everything within containment and within a boundary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. X. Thank you very much. Now we open into our last Q&A segment, and Marcus, you may want to respond to some of the things he said. So anyone, questions, comments, please? Anyone?
I would let anyone in the who's viewing and so go first and ask their questions. And, yeah.
Is there, Simone, any questions that came in?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, okay, so I have not gotten a chance to actively look at the law as it pertains to the marijuana use. I'm just wondering about our security services, in particular the police. So they are normal citizens, but they have this responsibility, a serious responsibility. And how would their use, you know, how would the law impact on their use? Are there any provisions for them? Or, I mean, because this thing is like alcohol and it does impair you. And I have seen officers show intoxication then. All right, so it is not far-fetched to say that an officer may have some marijuana, maybe to relax himself before going on the job. And it would have, based on what I'm understanding, some sort of impact. So I'm just looking at if there's any provision in the law or how maybe someone might handle that if it is that these officers, well, these officers in their job, that's basically, it's just generalizing, leaving it alone there now.
If I may, Mr. Ramdeen,
okay.
Again, my proposed bill and my proposed regulations had covered all that, not specific to officers, of course, because there are many people in safety and responsibility positions, doctors, pilots. You don't want to jump on a plane if your pilot just had a smoke or a beer, you know, anything of that nature that can be intoxicating. So what I had suggested would have fell in line with proper HR perspectives, whereby the company would have had its laws already or been able to amend its laws towards cannabis. Most importantly, because chemical screening devices, of which 99% of drug testing is based on, because there's so many false positives and false results, I do suggest a device called an impairment device. I wish Commissioner Griffith was here to hear about it, because I've been begging the AG to tell him since last year and nothing's happened. As opposed to bringing something that doesn't work and then have to spend money to bring something else, they should look into it. And that will test for impairment on any drug. Yeah.
Okay, I've got Gregory and Lyra. Sorry,
I wanted to add as well, not just for particular critical industries, but our OSH Act here in Trinidad and Tobago prohibits an employed person from going to work intoxicated from any substance. So that can answer part of the.
Thanks. And Gregory, want to come in? Gregory?
I think there are already provisions in the police service regulations and so on that prevent officers from actually operating under the influence of alcohol and many other drugs. The question is not whether the regulations are there. It's the question is how they are implemented. And what checks and balances exist within the service. Because yes, you're right, you see officers that sometimes are drunk on the job, but if they are recognized to be drunk on the job, they can be suspended, they can be disciplined. The question is whether once the willpower is there and the infrastructure is there. So I don't think that is a cause for concern to say that there's a need for specific legislation in relation to that.
Thank you, Gregory. Any other questions, comments?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I have a question in relation to some of the information that came from Dr. Sipasad, first of all, and also from Dr. Hippolyte. Now, I've observed in the court system, many times we get reports coming from the psychiatric hospitals, and they say two things in particular, that there is drug use from the person, and that in particular they say marijuana use, and also that the person has a low IQ. What I wanted to know from Dr. Sipasad, in terms of those two things, drug use and low IQ, is there any data that shows a correlation between the use of the drugs, the person's IQ, and the commission vis-a-vis of the offense? I understand he had looked at the persons in prison, so I'm asking in relation to that aspect, first of all. And secondly, from any of the behavioral psychologists that we have, the effect of the drug use on persons specifically of a low IQ. Those are the two areas that I would like, firstly, Dr. Hippolyte and perhaps Dr. Sipasad could assist in relation to those two things. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hippolyte or Dr. Neil, any comments? Any responses? Are they with us, Simone? Or anyone on the panel?
Hi, Leela. I think that question is a little bit out. This is Dr. Singh here, out of my area of expertise in terms of low IQ and the effect of marijuana. But what I can say is that there is evidence, and Dr. Hippolyte presented it, and I also that the chronic use of marijuana in in the young adult life will result in at least 8 to 10 points drop in your IQ in your 30s. So there is evidence that chronic use of marijuana does reduce your IQ, can reduce your IQ in certain circumstances, but whether it is associated with breaking the law or with a crime, I can't say. And it's something that the researchers in that area will have to give you information on.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Any other?
Ms. Ramdeen, I'd just like to point out on that point, there are no studies proving causative, meaning that cannabis use causes this to happen. They're associative, meaning that they've actually studies, and I had them on my slides, you have them now, they've done studies from birth till persons are 30 years old. So again, you're interviewing persons and they're saying, okay, so at this stage in your life, what have you done? At this stage in your life, what have you done? And if there is cannabis use and there is aggression, violence, sexual behavior, any of these things, it's that type of correlation. So it's associative correlation. There are no studies that say cannabis use, and Dr. Nielsen can correct me if I'm wrong, of course, that say cannabis use causes, right, as a causative effect these behaviors.
Marcus, you're quite correct. And the main reason is that cannabis research was prohibited in the 20th century. And that's one of the reasons I think that we decriminalize, so we can actually do the research. Yes, there's a lot of extrapolation and comparisons and what we call observational studies, but good clinical trials could not have been done because cannabis was a prohibited substance, and therefore there's no research. But the research needs to be done now, and you may really find after, you may be interested. But yes, to answer your question, there is no research because it couldn't be done.
Yes, and anyone else? Are you still talking, Dr. Neil?
Hello?
No, that's what I wanted to say, sorry.
Can I ask a question, if that's okay?
Yes.
For those who don't know, I'm the Guild Treasurer for the UE Guild of Students. I'm the representative today. Is there a classification for the different types of marijuana? So like there's purple haze, kush, these kind of things. Is there a classification as to the strength of how much THC in these strains? And for persons to know, because some persons may not know, like in my own experience, I have tried a few different ones, and different ones affect me differently. So some may make me feel sleepy, some may make me energized and giggly. Others may help me focus. So is there like a classification as to any of these for persons, maybe even students, so that they know, okay, and these are especially with edibles, because for some edibles, I know some persons, they mix, so they put like local with kush, and then that one kind of sets you off, and it could make you have a trip. It could trip you off. So is there like a classification for these things so persons would know?
Anyone? Yes,
again,
Gregory?
I don't think, if you're speaking about classification in legislation, no. The legislation we have in Trinidad is pretty formative. It requires a lot of work, I think, and I understand there's more work to be done on it, but the legislation does not create classifications of different types of marijuana. It just generally, which is, it may be dangerous in that sense because it allows you to grow any type of marijuana plant. Subject to what Mr. Ramkisoon is saying, I don't know if that type of freedom exists in the horticultural world of marijuana, that you can choose the type of strain to grow. But I don't think the legislation prevents it.
Yeah.
I think he was asking about the types in terms of, I don't know if Mr. Ramkisoon could address this. He's asking about the different types by way of gradation. Okay, this one is stronger than that. Don't smoke this if you're into that. You know, that kind of guidelines. I think those are the kind of guidelines he was asking about. I think Mr. Ramkisoon might be best placed to respond to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Mark. Thanks. That is a big question that comes about everywhere that I've been, and especially Trinidad, because we have this thing called Kush in Trinidad that a lot of people's heard of. And I think Dr. Neil Singh would have equated it to what he's heard of skunk in the UK and so forth. So I quickly try to explain. All cannabis, now I used to say that there were no genetically modified strains of cannabis in the past. I am incorrect. There are currently in the world 2 genetically modified strains of cannabis being done through CRISPR technology at the University of Valencia and at another university. All it does, it stops the originator molecule, which is CBG, cannabigerol, from further synthesizing into THC CBD. So what you get is a plant with no THC, no CBD, but like 17% CBG, which is a very therapeutic substance also. Outside of that, there are no genetically modified cannabis. All of them are selectively bred, like your tomatoes. You start with a big one, by chance out of 1,000 trees, you get one with a small one. You breed these seeds a lot, and you're going to continue to get small tomatoes in different amounts through genetics, right? All strains, there are tens of thousands of strains with different cannabinoid profiles and different terpene profiles. Each will affect you differently. There's an old saying, even Mr. X said it, that, you know, sativas make you uplifting and indicas take you down. That's not really entirely true. There's a specific terpene called myrcene, which is found mainly in mangoes. The amount of myrcene in the strain of cannabis is what is responsible for getting you couch locked and feeling relaxed and stuff in that regard, not CBN regard, in that regard. Skunk and Kush. What happened was, out of the thousands of strains of cannabis, there in the 80s was something called haze that was the most tasty and the most potent at the time everywhere. So haze, which is just one type or a bundle of types, sub-varieties of cannabis, became known as the thing. After that came skunk, because just in progression of time, after that came Kush, and now we have things like Skittles and cookies and things. They simply don't mean the strongest of weeds, you know, they just mean that it was a very good quality of strain and genetic at the time, and it took over the market. What we know as Kush today is absolutely not Kush in Trinidad and Tobago. It is 1,000 different strains from Colombia, and probably not even one of them is Kush, right? More than likely. So in use, yes, it can help focus and concentration, but listen, if you do not use a drug, any drug, you don't need to, do not do it. Do not start something that can become habit forming to some extent if you don't need to. The best thing to do is to drink water, you know, do some meditation and energize and so, and stay away from all
surprised me. You surprised me.
No, you need to get to know me, Miss Leela. You
Marcus,
need
I'm
to,
so
we need to have a
grateful that
conversation.
you said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, I need for all the listeners, because I know for the last year or so, I've been actually bringing the negative points of cannabis against all the pro-activists because someone has to do it. Today, I had to bring more of the positive points, which is a refreshing change for me. But if you do not use a substance, do not use it. Tobacco, I would have loved for Mr. X to tell us whether tobacco and alcohol preceded his cannabis use at all. right? So any substance, if there are young people looking or people with kids, discourage the use of any substance.
Thank you.
Let me explain something very quickly. If I may. This thing here, let me just show the brand. This thing here, right? This black we drink in the thing here. I don't drink water. I drink Coca-Cola. I drink this soft drink, sorry, all the time. I know it's very unhealthy, you know, this dreads and people will say healthy. No. And I get my water from that. And if I go 24 hours without having that, like I have water alone or something, I get headaches. And I don't get headaches for anything else. And I will take Panadol and Panadol and Panadol, and it will not help it. And you know the only thing to help that headache? A sip of that. I am addicted to that soft drink, right? Definitely, right? To that extent. So any substance that produces this, you have to be strong in your minds to know, listen, I have a choice. I need to do something right for myself. It can be very demotivational. It can aid towards demotivational syndrome. You as a user need to bring yourself out of that at any point and just bring back your focus into what you have to do. It actually increases ambition, you know, but what happens is people don't live up to the ambition, the high ambition they set, and then they get depressed and it enhances the depression and they get demotivated. So don't set goals too high, go in steps, you know, and everything is achievable. Thanks.
Leela,
Hi.
there's one question.
Yeah, 1 minute. At this stage, I just want to quote what, because it's a Catholic program, what our catechism says. 2258, 2288, 2290, and 2291 in our catechism. 2291 says, the use of drugs inflicts very grave damage on human health and life. Their use, except on strictly therapeutic grounds, is a grave offense. So like you're saying, Marcus, we have to be very careful. If you don't need it, don't use it, because once you become addicted, that's it.
Exactly.
Yes, sorry, you had a question,
hi.
Simone?
Hi.
Simone?
Hello?
Yeah, yes, we hear.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yes.
There are two people, Ms. Hernandez and Lara.
Okay.
Posed the question. So Lara wrote, what about enforcement? She's asked it, what about enforcement given the gaps identified by Mr. Heath in his presentation? Is it up to the court to clarify these when persons are held? I don't know if Mr. Heath is still here. I think he had to leave, but I don't know if Mr. Delson or any of the other attorneys want to take a stab at it. And I think Ms. Hernandez is trying to make an intervention. So perhaps you could let her speak and then address the questions.
Yeah, let's hear Ms. Hernandez first. Ms. Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope you're hearing me. I am really happy to be part of the proceedings today. It was very, very informative and very encouraging for me as a counselor. I recognize that a lot of what has been said, and I'm really, really emphasizing the use of drugs to forget. From where I sit, and I raised this point earlier in the chat, there seems to be quite a strong correlation with persons having to address trauma from childhood, adverse childhood experiences, and using substances, marijuana in particular, to cope with their pain. And I think if I can tie everything together, I think what we as a society need to be really looking at is addressing pain, the management of pain, the prevention of pain at the individual level, the familial level, the societal level, the community level, because I think this would really assist with us, you know, in terms of the prevention and the mitigation and so forth. If we could avoid all of this to begin with, I think that is really what we would need to do, and it will involve us doing things differently as church. I mean, I know of people, I'm a Catholic myself, a lot of us have experienced pain in the church, hurt by people within the church who, for ignorance or, you know, not knowing any better and so on, haven't really addressed the pain. So I think what we have to do at school level, church level, when we interact with people, not always accept the I'm good, which is an automatic response a lot of the time, and maybe probe a little more, right? You know, teach our younger children how to, you know, manage the inner, the mini me, the me inside of me that says I'm no good and so on. So I just wanted to make that point. I hope you all understand where I'm coming from. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Gregory.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
The question that was asked concerning enforcement poses a lot of difficulty because in my respectful view, the legislation we put in place in Trinidad is quite vague. in the sense that we have allowed possession for a certain amount to no longer be illegal, but we still have criminalized trafficking. So the person who sells is still able, you are still able to charge that person with trafficking. The person who buys, if he is caught at his home, he can't be criminalized, charged with a criminal offense. But if he's caught in the course of purchasing, there's a question where he could be involved in trafficking. So the legislation really hasn't addressed the total marijuana trade at all. And with respect to the question that whether the courts can enforce it, the simple answer is no. In legislation like this, courts, these are sometimes what are called strict liability offenses, in the sense that the courts can only deal with those areas of the legislation that have been decriminalized. Other than that, the court is bound to put in place and to enforce the current law in relation to trafficking. So the court is really not in a position to manage the difference in the legislation. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So when you speak about enforcing the gaps, if there's a gap, then the court has no jurisdiction in relation to that gap. That's the point. The court can only deal with what has been legislated.
Yes. Thank you, Gregory. Yes, one more, Faye, and then I think we better wind up. Yes, Faye.
Leela, you'll give me 1 minute.
Yes, okay. Let Faye go first. Yes, Faye. Faye? Unmute.
Unmute.
You're muted. Right, yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for all of the valuable information so far. In relation to the question of whether or not, this is a question from Mr. Delson. In relation to whether or not there are gaps in the legislation itself, would you not be able to deal with enforcement in subsidiary legislation? Would you not be able to regulate? I know you must adequately refer to it in legislation, but wouldn't subsidiary legislation be able to fill any of the gaps left?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
You can only have, in my view, subsidiary legislation if there's primary legislation existing on a particular point. So for example, if the primary legislation doesn't deal with trafficking, you can't have subsidiary legislation that legalizes trafficking. That cannot flow. It has to come from the primary legislation. And that is the problem. People have been talking about subsequent legislation is in the works and the regulations are being devised. But those could only be regulations in relation to the existing law. What really has to happen is you have to amend the act to include other things, to widen the gap. But you see, I think that it was a political issue, and it's a political choice in a sense as to what areas of trafficking and on what areas of marijuana use you wanted to deal with. But I think the whole approach though was a little bit too, it was a scattershot approach, dealing with certain areas and leaving out sometimes, I think, the most important areas, because you could not legitimize possession and still criminalize selling to the possessor.
Gregory, if I may,
yeah.
Again, first of all, I've left my number on the chat for both Lyra and everyone else. I'd love to have a conversation with you, Gregory, at some point regarding this, because there's a lot that you don't know that you should be aware of. The legislation that I had put forward would have counteracted all loopholes in the Cannabis Control Bill, which the current Cannabis Control Bill still will counteract lots of the loopholes you see now with the decriminalization. In amending the DDA, there is already in section 57 the allowances for regulations to be made under the DDA if we wanted to. They decided to go to a separate Cannabis Act, which is the control bill. And there's already, my proposed document was submitted in June last year for the June deadline. So the full 300 pages of regulations were done, right? The full 50-page bill was done and everything was there since June, just to let you know. And I guess I should say 2 weeks before the bill went to cabinet, it was switched out by the AG's office for the Barbados bill. which is a plagiarism of my work from Antigua, again, retarded to help a certain foreign company monopoly. That's something the public needs to know at some level. And Ms. Lira, we need to have a conversation, especially knowing who you are now and you've just come in. I've set my number to you privately. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Neil, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I can't help but put in a plug here. For those young people who are members of the university community, I want to remind you that cannabis use at the St. Augustine campus is prohibited in any form, and any student found guilty of cannabis use can face sanctions up to expulsion from the university administration. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think somebody else.
Yes, the Guild of Students is aware, and the project that I'm going to put forward is to educate the students about marijuana, as well as tell them all of the rules that are that govern the use of it on campus and what can happen if they are found guilty, especially on halls and in and around the campus. Because I believe if you do it outside as well, it is a problem. So we want to educate them on the entire thing.
Yes. Thanks a lot. I think we've gone way over time, but it shows really that we have to continue the discussion. So I want to, in my vote of thanks, thank all the presenters, His Grace Archbishop Gordon, Mr. John Heath, Dr. Christine Descartes, Dr. Randy Sipasad, Ms. Vandana Sue Sankarali, Dr. Ian Hippolyte, Dr. Neil Singh, Ms. Lyra Thompson Hollingsworth, Mr. Marcus Haramkisoon, Mr. Errol Fabian, and Mr. X, not forgetting Mr. X, and of course, my three amazing helpers, Nathan, our ICT person, Sherette and Simone. Thank you so much for making this possible. It's an important, as His Grace said in a little note to me just now, it's an important discussion which we must continue, because if there are gaps in the legislation, Marcus and Gregory and others, we need people like you to point these out and to identify ways of actually strengthening our legislation. And again, if you look at our prisons, as His Grace had said in his initial article, our prisons are full of young, poor black men who have been penalized in the past. And this is a social justice issue, as Professor Antoine says, and we need to address it. We need to educate the public about the pros and cons in relation to the use of marijuana, and also our children in particular. So it's something, Lyra, perhaps we all could have a program that we could introduce in schools. I know we have a Catholic Education Board of Management. Any curriculum package that you have, it'd be lovely for you to share with us, so I could send it over to Sharon Mangru, who is our CEO at CBM, and we can take it from there. So let's continue the conversation. Let's do things that would build our nation. That's what we're about, nation building. Not a trample on people if they're addicted, but to help our integral human development is a key social justice principle, which is about the development of each person and every dimension of the person. So thank you all participants, and I look forward to continuing the discussion. We will send you the link. So, and look at Gael, Errol will let me know when it's going to be repeated. Thank you very much, and have a good day. God bless.